Good morning, good evening, and good night. Welcome to the Inforunners. I'm Execute, and joined today by my sexy co-host, Algared. How you doing, buddy? Oh, the Uwu girls think
Pretty
you're
good.
sexy, not me. It's the Uwu girls that think you're sexy. Lights on.
I keep telling you, the Uwu girls are just a hallucinatory effect
Right. Yeah.
of making Paul's ever crack.
Right. That you have on the women around them. Right. Okay. I get you. I get you. So they're Paul's Uwu girls. You just keep stealing them. I understand now. I get it now.
No. It's an effect of the effect. It's the impact of the ever crack that Paul mixes in Old Man Hurston's bar.
All
we
right.
all know that ever crack is a drink.
All right. I think we should just get right into it, Algared, because we've spent a couple of weeks doing this. But this is not a tuna, right? This is no wait. I got my fancy effect, Algared. Hang on, wait. Do it again.
Yeah,
we'll do it again. Not a tuna. Anyway, yeah. Spend no expense, as someone was saying earlier. Yeah. So what'll happen is we're going to try a little thing here. Is we're going to select 3 people today. We're going to show you an item, and the first person to correctly identify said item or what it represents, or the the linkage that me and Algared can see. So like we might show you something from a TV show, and if you can tell us the TV show or exactly what that item is, I think that's the only way we'd override it, Algared. If someone goes that like they can give us the complete answer, so they can go, that is exactly this from this, and someone else just goes, oh, that's this. So if someone can go even more detailed and tell you exactly what it's from, I will count that person as well. Hey, hello everyone, by the way, that's waving on Twitch. I don't know why they're waving.
And Ace Hambone, thank you once again for that weekly coffee break that you sent us.
More than generous, Mr. Hambone.
And so he says, hello, gents. Thanks for the streams. And we are thankful for the $10 US for coffee. Yeah. I don't think we ever use it for coffee, but
I think, I think he actually, I don't think there's a stream he hasn't done that now. It's just a bit weird. No, it's happened every single stream. Yeah. So yeah.
I think that when we don't see you or we don't see that, we're going to be worried that something's happened to you.
Yeah, like has he passed out or?
It's just such a regular occurrence. But as we say every time, it's never expected, it's never acquired, but it's always appreciated. But yeah.
All right, Algared, do you reckon I should do one right now? Why there's not many people here? What do you reckon?
Yeah, that'll encourage people to be here early in the future.
All right, yeah. So we're going to kick it right off the bat. And again, it's full detail. I want to know exactly what this is and what it's from. All right, you ready? Everyone ready? I'm waiting. Someone says ready in chat. Then I'll do it. Right, and then we can see how big the delay is. I think it's like 10 seconds. All right, is it ready? Ready? I'm here. Ready? All right, ready. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. What's this? What does it represent?
Oh, it's not painted. No,
it's not painted. I only got it yesterday. Leave me alone. What is it, and what does it represent? All right, I got half an answer on Twitch. I got more of an answer. So it's what is it and what is it from?
Yep.
What is it and what is it from?
You gotta call it.
I will call it. I've got one person so far. I'm just waiting to see if someone beats that person. Oh, a lot of people are mislabeling it. Okay, yeah, Kilrath got it. Kilrath got it. He did 2 answers. All right, so it is Castle Grayskull from Masters of the Universe is the technical title. He-Man is not the technical title. The title, so yeah, Kilrath, reach out. Yeah, actually, just remember Kilrath. I'll make a list, Algared. Make a list.
Yep. That's a good idea. I was just going to say, hey, Kilrath, just put a question in. Question.
Oh yeah, that's not a bad idea. Yeah, that's a good idea too. But it might be better if I just
put
make
it
a
into
list.
the question and do it. But yeah, list is even easier because then we don't have to go hunting for it.
Yeah. All right, Kilrath. And he's on. I'm just going to put a thing so we remember that he's on Twitch. Right, done. All right.
So YouTube, you're letting us down.
Yeah. Coming up your game, YouTube. That's freaking slack. Expected more of you. Yeah, and they are going to be little things like that. So they're little things that Algared and I have around the place.
Coming.
Yeah, and we thought that might be a really good way to kind of show a bit of us. And yeah, as I said, I only got that yesterday. I've got another one here, and Algared's got something. I'm going to be honest, though, Algared's is a lot harder, but it is nerdy. I can guarantee you, if you can actually get it. I'm now worried, though, Algared, because I thought that was the easy one. So I'm worried, because we kind of tested this before the show. And yeah, so there is one person that knows what all three are, but we'll tell him off if he picks. He knows what they are.
He's not allowed to pick. That's your penalty for.
You ruled yourself out there. And actually, we'll name him. It was Mr. Stunner. He was in Discord with us, and we tested them on him. So if Mr. Stunner is out for this week. But
unfortunately, that's the penalty of being one of our patrons and joining us for a live stream, fly on the wall recording.
He got sucked into as a staff member. So
he got sucked in as a test piece.
Yes. So yeah. No worries. I thank you for your help, though, Stan. I appreciate it. All right. So we've obviously got ISC that's already out this week that we're going to look at. We're also going to be taking your questions. I need to get the bot going as usual. I always forget.
Yep.
And yeah, Not-A-Tuna.
I actually like that Kilrath. I bet he's a cat person.
Well, it's like the Kilrathi, isn't it? I'm assuming that's where it comes from. And his name's probably Kelly, so he's merged them together. But yeah,
I'm assuming that's what they've done. They've taken the name from the Kilrathi, so very cat-like, very uwu of you.
Okay.
Very uwu, I think.
Bot is starting.
That means your questions will now be grabbed and chucked into the chat. Ready?
No, there's not a single question. So until I'm gonna just do it myself real quick to test it. It always freaks me out when one doesn't come through. No, it's working. It came straight through. All right, so there's just no questions yet. Okay, fine. And the show's over because there's no question. All right, so yeah, the other thing we're going to be doing too for Not-A-Tuna, and this is real, by the way. Look, see, there's my hand. Woo!
It is live.
After this week, so right now, somewhere in these windows, there is 3 skin packs. So you have Microtech, Hurston, and Microtech. Yep. And there is a 400i. As soon as someone picks one of these at the end of the show, the next one that's going to go in there is an Ares Inferno. So you could potentially have a 400i and an Ares Inferno. So that's what the title infers of this episode, by the way. Algared, I didn't change the. If you didn't notice, I didn't change the title. So it. Oh god, I can't remember what it is now. Hang on.
Yep.
Not a tuna and adding an Inferno. That's literally what it is. So yeah, that's
What do you mean by not changing it? Is that was the draft working title we went with?
Well, I got too busy.
Yeah. Life, that's okay.
And so when I got home, I was like, yeah, okay, I'll just put up what I got. Can't be bothered doing work. And
when you first said you didn't change the title, I was thinking, what? But I saw the thumbnail. It was Not-A-Tuna adding an Inferno. I'm thinking, what do you mean you didn't change it?
Oh man, if you'd had 1+1, I would have said Windows. But what's 2+2? Apparently it's 15. I think that's how it works, isn't it? I'm not sure.
I've lost maths.
No, maths is too hard. I don't read. Anyway, right. Sorry, that was a question. Someone wrote that in question.
Yep.
All right, we'll do a question, and then I think we'll probably just go straight to IC if you want to, Algared. Skazza Lang says, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the worst, and how disappointed are you about today's ISC? Haven't watched it yet, but I have been very disappointed before. I don't know if he can top that, but we'll see. But we did
we do leave the ISC for the live show, so we actually don't watch it beforehand. And the fact that it's 6 a.m. in the morning for us, so
it's convenient for us.
Back with a no hope.
Yeah. All right, so I'll open ISC in the background. But just remember, guys, after ISC is over, once we start doing questions, if the questions run out, then the episode ends. That is just how we do this. So make sure you get questions in. We are coming up to Invictus, so if you do have CCU questions, feel free to do that as well. Anything else that you'd like to see as a question, Algared? Anything that anyone possibly needs help with? CCUs. I guess we could talk a little bit about the episode you did on the weekend too, because that kind of went pretty well, really quickly for us.
It did, and it's still Last I looked, it was still tracking really, really well. So
I can't say.
Which is related.
I can't say.
It is related though.
I can't say how, but we actually do have official confirmation the Lynx is going to be for sale at Invictus. I can't say how. Just trust me, but we have official confirmation that the Lynx is one of those vehicles. So we did speculate in the episode about the Lynx and said, oh, maybe, maybe not. Turns out Paul and Algared were right, and I was wrong on that one. But it is going to be there. So that is definitely one of the ones that are going to be there. Can't tell you how many are going to be there, but the Lynx is definitely coming at Invictus. So I don't know. Maybe that medical variant is a thing, Algared. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, well, you know. Makes sense.
Right, now, you know what? This won't be set up correctly. I knew it. I knew it. Because it was set up correctly during the weekend. Right?
Yep.
All right. I've got to switch you over, don't I? Yeah.
And you got to make sure you put a little doobie watsy on so the background can't go.
That one. So you're switching over. Now I've got to switch that off. There we go. So everyone can hear. All right, here we go. Apparently it's bad, Algared, so hold on to your butts.
The public roadmap on the robertsspaceindustries.com website is the place to check out the new features, locations, gameplay systems, and technologies currently being developed for both Star Citizen and Squadron 42. But as with all things in game development, there are gaps, small breaks, quick moments when a single developer is forced to wait for another dependency to be finished before work on their primary or even secondary tasks may continue. Now, these happen at every game studio on every game project in development, but the stories of what fills these in-between moments, or ninja missions as animation director Steve Bender referred to them on last week's Star Citizen Live, are rarely, if ever, shared. Now, with the team heads down focusing on bringing Alpha 319 with its new content and continuing performance fixes to live servers within just the next 2 weeks, and the staggered development of Alpha 320 already well underway that we'll be exploring here as early as next week, we hope you'll indulge us this week, as we thought we'd dedicate this in-between ISC to one of those in-between tasks that get so often overlooked. One developer's work between tasks to build a sequel, an expansion, and a potential evolution to the Grey Cat PTV buggy tracks to fill additional convention centers when big events like Invictus aren't running. So here's Stefan Damerow with an update to his one-person crusade to bring more fun to Star Citizen's original, first-ever working vehicle.
Algared, I'm just thinking, see that what's on the desk there? That would be a really good item to show off. Do you know how rare that lunchbox is there? That Return of the Jedi, that Return of the Jedi lunchbox is like rare as shit. Just so people know, whoever donated that, balls of steel. Anyway,
it's true. My hangar module peeps will remember.
So for the first raid track, we thought of an interesting way to kind of fill up the convention center when there's no conventions happening there. So Martin kind of did this track for the Orison Convention Center with this kind of neon advertisement filled space and this track which you can race on with your PTV. And later it was kind of handed over to me to kind of just wrap it up, do the bug fixing and kind of just iron out the small problems so it can go live. And so our first racetrack was this kind of dark, moody space filled like up with neon advertisement lights, very kind of commercialized space around the racetrack. So kind of after wrapping up the bug fixing of the first track, I moved on to some other tasks, but turned out that they kind of had just a bit of downtime in between. So we thought it would be a nice idea to just kind of make a second racetrack, since we have multiple convention centers. So there's definitely some space to fill there. And I started to build this second racetrack kind of using the base that Martin built for the first one. So it's still a work in progress, but let's take a look. So for this new track, obviously we want to kind of keep it different and create something new to give a bit of a different vibe compared to the previous one. So we took the same basis, which is all the racetrack pieces, but just kind of adjusted the stuff around it a bit. So first thing you notice is obviously it has kind of a different dressing around it, different styles. So this one is this snow-filled environment. Since this one will be placed on
Must be on
New
Hurston.
Babbage, we thought it would be cool to kind of reflect that also.
I thought Artcorp, but
on the
you're
interior
probably
bit,
right.
and just
Yeah,
kind
it's
of
on
get
Hurston,
a
not
bit of a
Microtech,
different
it's
mood.
Hurston.
So also the layout in here is different. So you still have the main hall where a lot of the racing takes place, but then you also move into these side sections, which you have usually for conventions. So we have this other big room here to kind of play around with and use the space to also create a bit of interesting section for the track. So
You know what these
here you
racetracks
kind
do,
of
don't you?
just circle back.
What's that?
They actually, while they're building racetracks, they're actually also exploring building roads.
Yeah, true. A little bit, I guess, but they're not using the tool, the road tool, to do that.
They're not using the tool. They're just. It's kind of that first step of looking at how roads will work, especially with the that's the first outside environment on the center of the road. So
I think if they were building roads in city like through the air and stuff, maybe, maybe I'll give you that.
Into the main room again, we have this nice, interesting circular room where we definitely want to put something eye-catchy and cool here, since it's kind of a prime spot for that. So you drive around here, and then it just
need viewing platforms.
leads you back into the kind of main hall again. So since I already mentioned the idea for the thematic dressing for this kind of from Microtech, but also instantly ideas of how we can use this setting kind of popped up in my head. So for example, as you can see, this is this very kind of hazy, cold.
Would have been nice if they actually had a part or one or two parts of the track that actually had snow on it and it made it really slippery, you know, aka Mario Kart or something like that. Like a little gameplay difference would have been nice too.
Yeah, maybe even that area there, the side bit, so you could actually avoid the snow or
like just completely across that you can't avoid. Like in that section, you've got to go straight. You can't turn. If you turn it, like you skid right out or whatever. Yeah, or deliberately on a corner that literally, like you've got to go slow around that corner, or otherwise it throws you off or something.
Yeah,
but, yeah.
That stone arch, that's just to the left there. Our screen. It makes me think of the Bathurst start point. With the
big tire.
That would be cool to
you need the ad on that.
Kind of use some areas maybe to take a bit of vision away from the drivers and kind of use it to make it more interesting. A lot of this stuff is still kind of in the very early idea phase, so not everything in here might necessarily kind of end up in the final racetrack, but this is just mostly just throwing some ideas out there. Another thing kind of associated to this dressing would be these kind of icy patches of the track.
There you go.
So on these ones, actually your vehicle has different grip on the surface, so it's all a bit more kind of slippery, harder to drive on. So you want to be mindful if you drive over these patches. So for this area, I just mainly tested it out. So we want to obviously kind of keep it a bit more localized later to certain spaces and to balance it out so it doesn't feel just like unfair and taking control away from the player too much.
In other words, a big patch of ice is
another thing,
dangerous.
like an idea would be these icicles, which could either be just kind of a visual dressing element, or maybe we could, in the future, physicalize and actually make interactable for the players, so they could reach down further into the kind of area where the people drive, and then you could crash through them and kind of break them apart. while you drive there.
What you could have is if you crash through them,
Yes.
and then
They-
run over them, they
steer the
act like,
person behind.
well, I was gonna say they act like glass, and they could leave a glass patch that cut the tires up or something like that, like do permanent damage. That would be a little bit unfair.
I think if you
I think I've lost you, Algared. You just roboted on me. You there? I'm gonna press play. Okay.
Adding obstacles. That's like driving a great cat.
Oh, well, yeah, I am here. It's
You're
that
back.
time. Yep.
It is that time. Yeah. Sorry, what you were saying, mate? Go ahead.
I was saying that you know, if you could flip the stalactite and then it skewers the car behind it. No, the stalactite because it's hold on tight.
Yep.
Watch it fall.
That's hard enough. You don't think this is plenty challenge already?
Yeah, well, actually we got some other stuff in mind which might make it even a bit more challenging. Let me show you what we got over here. So these are obviously all still in a very experimental stage. So these are for now just ideas.
There we go.
Which might or might not end up kind of in the final racetrack. So these ones are basically just these kind of moving obstacles which make it a bit harder to navigate and drive around.
Should have made him dancing picos or something.
Additionally, we have over here some stuff like, for example, this one would be an idea that you kind of have this lift section on the track. That
would be annoying as shit because of
more interesting.
You'd have to stop.
So obviously, you want to kind of make it onto the platform, be fast enough to
you'd have to time it really well.
On because otherwise you'll kind of just have to wait until next time the piece goes down for you and lets you go up there. Then another idea would be here, this kind of little jump pad.
Oh, like to speed you up.
Just get into
this will be a speed up, I reckon.
So as you drive over it, it just kind of throws you up into the air a bit. That could be something cool potentially.
And you got the ramp.
Over here, this could be basically just some moving pieces of the track, so it's either like this ramp.
Yeah, that's a better idea, that one.
Down,
so what you could have it if you time it right, like there's a pickup or something that you can get when the ramp's up, but down you can't get the pickup.
The implementation there a bit.
With that one, it's a shortcut if you do it right.
Kind of obstacle here, which gives a bit of a warning.
Or like you put, like over you go over a water instead of under it or something, like different paths.
This little moving obstacle, which just kind of sort of drives on the track for a bit, making it a lot harder to navigate around.
Yeah, Chris Roberts in a cart, and you got to dodge him, or Pico running down the track or something.
Could
that looks like a speed up one.
Do some boost pads maybe. So just if you get into your grey cat again. Drive over it, and it just kind of gives a little boost.
Because of the physics, it literally pushes the whole car forward.
Yeah, nose plant. Yeah.
Then potentially some not quite 0G, but a lot less gravity involved jumps over ramps. So you could get sections of the track where the
low gravity. That'd be cool. Like it actually goes out into space or something like that. Imagine a Grimhex, like it goes through an airlock or some shit, and you know.
Jumps.
Yeah, but even with on a planet, they don't need to do that because
like Clasher or something.
And you've been doing this in your spare time between tasks.
Yeah, so this is kind of just an in-between task while there's downtime on the kind of bigger, more important stuff.
What's that in the background over there? There's a ship over here.
The last stuff you saw is very much still kind of just in the idea phase, so it might or might not end up like on the next track, and it kind of just more serve just as a starting point for a discussion also with the other departments of how easy it would be to implement something like this. So it's synced on servers between players, so they're actually seeing the same thing happening at the same time, and it's not just like localized to one player's machine, and it's completely in a different spot for someone else. Thanks for watching. I gotta get back to my real work now.
So what did we learn this week? We learned that in-between tasks are where individual developers can contribute fun and off-the-wall ideas to the game while waiting for dependencies to resolve. That one of the many ways this manifests is with quirky buggy racetracks. And that Stefan Demrau, sole architect of this endeavor in his downtime, may have a rather sadistic side I hadn't anticipated after seeing some of those moving obstacles. Most developers do. Now remember to keep an eye out for Alpha 319 with its mining updates, salvage mission modules, tractor beam improvements, new Loreville, continuing performance improvements, and more as it makes its way through PTU into the live testing environment in the coming weeks. There's Invictus launch week immediately after that, and possibly some Jumptown thrown in the mix somewhere between now and then. I probably should have paid more attention in the meetings. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Thanks for letting us share our weekly behind-the-scenes look at the process of game development with you. Happy Star Wars Day. May the 4th be with you, and we'll see you all here next week.
That's not true. It's May the 5th. What is he talking about?
Yeah, I know. They're so far behind.
Oh, yeah. Welcome to
Yes,
yesterday.
hi, I'd like to report an error with my order. Yes, you sent me the wrong costume for Star Wars Day. Yes, I ordered an X-Wing pilot. Yes, X-Wing pilot.
You dag.
No. No. Yes, I suppose they do sound similar. Yes, I'll hold.
While that episode was filler, I did find it a bit fun, actually.
Yeah.
But it was very filler.
It was a filler episode, but it was actually not a bad episode in terms of, you know, racing is popular, and people are constantly saying we need more things to do, and that's something to do on planets. And rather than just having, and it clearly says, well, we don't just want racetrack, we don't just want one racetrack, we want lots of those little buggy racetracks, and we want one on each planet.
Yeah.
You know, why should the people who choose Lorville not have a racetrack? Why should the people who are only on Marketech be the only people with the buggy race? You know, so if you want to do that, you've got to go to that planet. Well, that if you have a different racetracks of different locations, that gives you the ability to actually literally do a circuit, do a racing championship of those different racetracks. So it just adds to the complexity and the options that are available for competitions or even just hanging out with your mates. So yeah, and I said I don't think it's wasted work either, because I think it leads into or can be leveraged to do work for other things as well. So
why are people saying tuna in chat? I'm really freaking out. Why are you guys saying tuna? I'm really freaked out. What's going on? I've missed
the
something.
episode title?
I don't know. Or not a
thing?
Yeah, I don't know what they're saying. This is not a tuna anyway. This is it over here. This is not a tuna.
This is not a tuna.
Not a tuna. Anyway.
It's a very bad impersonation of Arnold Schwarzenegger saying, get to the chopper.
Or he says it's not a tuna, but it's not a tuna because it's a 400i what is it? Fortuna skin. So I had this weird thing in my brain, and it combined it's not a tumor and it's not a tuna. Yeah, I'm weird like that. I'm sorry, and that's just how it happened. And now we have it's not a tuna, as I said. Yeah, and I had to go get extra magnets, so I went and got these ones that look like Finding Nemo. I thought that was thematic. So yeah. Anyway.
Yep.
Oh, I just rubbed out A. Oh well. Yeah, that's my handwriting.
Yep.
Anyway.
Not tuna. It must be salmon.
We'll get to that. So we're going to pick 2 more people. It's said to Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Oh, holy shit. Is it really? It is too. Shit. Yep. Yeah, I was streaming on here during the week. I'll fix it. Star Citizen. Sorry about that.
Slacker.
Well, I'm not very up on the Twitch stuff, Algared. I'm just
Well,
not.
it's no. What you say is it wasn't a tuna, not a tuna.
And now
It
all
was
of a
deliberate.
sudden,
Yeah, it was deliberate.
for some reason, it's not searching. Right, great. It's just sitting there wheeling, looking for something. Great,
Yep.
typical.
Well, while we're waiting and while you're sorting that out,
Yep.
how about we do a question or two? Because there looks like a couple of
Please.
burst into it from your initial. So apart from Crooked Wheels, what's 2 + 2? Depending on how you count, it could be 4, it could be some other thing. If you're a mathematician, I have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
But the question was working. Jazgar or Shalagzan says, on a scale of 1 to 10, being the worst, how disappointed are you with today's ISC?
I think we can't answer that, didn't we? Oh, you got it. Thanks, Lemming. That's why it was fucking up, because Lemming was doing it. It's not Lemming's fault. That's fine. He fixed it. Thank you, Lemming. Yeah, I think we can't answer that. It was a little bit different, but my disappointment comes from when they do filler episodes like that because they're paid for. I think it also gives a bit of a sign, though, that they don't have enough information that they've got to share when they only do shows for, 7 months of the year? I think 5 months of the year they don't do content. When you do all the math and work it all out.
When you do the math.
So when they don't have enough content, plus they do filler episodes like that, I don't know. Especially when they are making so much money off subscriptions, I just find it a little disappointing. Because it is paid for content. You know, like there is a section of the community that pays for that, so everyone else can watch. It is a bit of fun. But I think every episode should have something in it that's informative. And I think that's probably what was missing there. Like maybe like a little small sprint report at the end or something like that with just 3, even if it just had 3 little nuggets, you know, that would have been nice. I think every episode needs one little thing in it, don't you? I don't know. You tell me.
It would have been nice to have a little bit more, but again, it's also nice to see. It's nice to see what the staff are doing behind the scenes in working on the game, even when they're not working on a major feature, because they're waiting for other things to come along.
Well,
they're not sitting there twiddling their thumbs.
We're in another kind of lull as we head up to Invictus, so they're probably holding stuff back again, you know. So yeah. But I don't know. I think this Invictus is going to be. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't normally get hyped up, right? But after that episode we did on the weekend, and knowing what's coming and just thinking about how the effect that those vehicles are going to have on the game, especially the Storm. I think the Storm is going to change up quite a few things, if it is what I think it is, right? And we kind of thought the artillery piece, yeah? If it is that, I think it is really going to change the game drastically. Way more than the other, you know, like the Blister and the Spartan, the Centurion did.
I think as Paul indicated, I'd love to see the artillery piece. I think that combined arms thing would really work. My concern, as often was also mentioned in the chat, was I'm not sure they're ready to bring it in because they just don't have the targeting method yet. It'd almost be a direct fire weapon that you'd have to use it as. But it's something I would like to see. The one that also got me thinking is people are saying this size 5 bomb that we see in code could be just for the A1.
I've heard that as well, because it is called a star burst bomb. 100% agree with that. No, it was called a storm burst.
Yeah. But what also got me though is the fact that the Gladiator in the latest jump point is again described as being a go-to bomber or go-to ship to ship combat and ground combat.
Yep.
And it takes size 5 torpedoes.
Well,
so a size 5 bomb would actually give that, so.
Well, it might be getting a little upgrade, Algared. That probably is a tip of the hat to that. Just real quick while we're talking about it, Starfarer, Staffanizzi, says Titan suits. We get asked this a lot, and we me and Algared are both really into Titan suits, but I don't want to burst your bubble or anything, but from the rumors that we've heard, and we hear rumors, but we also think things from people inside CRG, there is only one Titan suit, and it's a boss in Squadron 42. And so until Squadron 42 comes out, there is no real need to bring Titan suits into the game. So I think, unfortunately, you're going to be waiting to at least Squadron 42's out the door before you ever see any development onto Titan suits. And it's more than likely going to be the team that is put into Star Citizen, and they'll start working on Titan suits when they're good and ready. And if you actually think about how they need to be animated in that, they're almost as complicated as... it's almost like another gender of humans, because you then all of a sudden walking mechanically, you know, because they have to be animated. They're not like a vehicle where it's just wheels that spin. They have to have legs that walk and move, so they need animations. And as soon as you do that, it puts it into a whole... It's almost like having a male, a female, and a mechanical moving robot. So it requires all these bespoke animations. And I think that is what's holding the work back, because it actually generally needs work done on it.
It's a brand new skeleton, really.
Essentially,
that's effectively what you've got to do. You've got to do a brand new game skeleton.
Yeah.
Even though your character hops in it, it's changing the way they're going to walk and interact with the world, and you've got to.
Yep.
Yeah. So.
And they'll probably just have. So again, once you have that skeleton down, they just put. You know, they might have a real shitty, clunky one for the cheap end mechs, but then like a much smoother one for the. You get what I mean? Like once you have that animation frame, you can use it on multiple different Titan suits. So I do think Titan suits are going to be quite extensive because of the memory requirements of those bipeds. They're called bipeds by God, I forgot the name. No, they got a special name, and I've just damn forgotten it. It's been like 15 years since I've used the name. But the biped, I think, is what they call it, or something like that. But it's a skeleton essentially. They have quite high memory requirements. That's why you see them duplicate them a lot in games. Like a lot of the characters are all the same animation. Because they are quite memory extensive, because they've got to sit in the RAM and things like that, and that's why they tend to duplicate them. Like World of Warcraft, all the mounts in the game, I think you can break it down to two or three different skeletons for every single mount that thing's got in the game. They even what they'll do is they'll take I believe the Drake is the same as the Raptor, but when you're using the Drake, you just can't see the skeleton of when you're using the ones that don't have wings. The wings are there, you just can't see them because that's how they cheat and do it. So they actually add extra limbs and stuff to them that you just can't see.
Yep. So Kelriff has a question for us.
Mr. Stunner saying, what are you trying to imply, that I don't already have the natural physics of the Titans? But actually, that could be a really cool thing. Actually, they could actually make a race that we play as that has the same size as the Titan suits. Because the other thing you got to look into it is other races would have their own bespoke animation frames. So, some races, like I don't know which ones. Like just say the Tavaran, right? Their male and female could use the same one because they're very similar in stature. But then, you know, if you have really large differences between the sexes, they just like male and female humans, you would actually have to have ones for those as well. So again, every animation frame that you add, it becomes a problem, because you've got to hold them in memory at the same time.
I can remember when they were first talking Titan suits. Part of the talk about them was because the Van Duel was so much bigger than humans. This was to put us on an even footing. So it's kind of they were already looking at that. I think since then they've pulled them all more but closer to the same size, just for the sake of design and modeling and green screening, all those other things they do. But
it's why in a lot of multiplayer games you don't see a lot of enemy variety. That literally is one of the last big, because it's got to go across the network and things like that as well. You know, so if they can, you know, send an animation is a lot smaller to send than things like that. I don't know enough about it because I didn't code in that area. I know the gist of it, right? But that is why. And I'm sure if we got someone on that actually knew what they were talking about, I'd be in the ballpark. But you know, and I'm sure that there's some people that probably even know more about it than I. But that is the gist of why they do it that way. I was not an animator, so but again, you learn little things through other people that you work with. So yeah.
You also get that from just the thing that you've even heard CIG staff say, you know, about reusing assets or things. So you want to be able to, if it's a bespoke thing for one thing, it's a lot of work for just for little output, where you want to be able to maximize it. If you've got those different sizes, it makes it harder, whereas it's all the same size, or and it's using assets and materials. It's a lot bigger return, eh?
So someone in the chat, Corey Thompson, just triggered something in my head. He said, "May the 400 I get the X1 soon." So I actually just remembered the same place that I learned about the links. The person that gave me that information also kind of gave away that there were 2 vehicles coming in Invictus. So if one is the Storm and the other is the Lynx, that means there's no X1. So chances are no X1 won't be until further down the line. If we're getting 2 vehicles, I think that also leaves room for 2 ships, but we'll see.
Like, I think I'd kind of say, it does look like there might be 2 vehicles, but they also talk
There
about
could be
2
3
ships and 2 vehicles. So
yeah. There could be 3. That is totally correct. But I think once you've already got 2, it becomes diminishing returns. I think you'd agree with me on that.
Yep.
So yeah, it could be there, but I'm not going to hold my breath for the X1 as well, especially since it's Invictus. And like last year, we only got 2 things at Invictus. That literally puts this Invictus to 5, which seems a bit insane to me. You know, I like realistically in the last couple of years, we usually get 3, 2 at the main one and then 1 at Alien Week. And I think with the way things are looking, we're going to get 2 vehicles in a ship and then another ship at Alien Week. So I think we're getting 4. If I had to bet money on it, but we'll see. And Lemming's saying X1 won't be ready on time. I assume that's from the roadmap. So and Lemming knows his stuff. So
now it was interesting you picked on Corey's comment, because I was also going to pick on Corey's comment, because I was going to say, Corey's trying to make May the 4th Origin Day.
That's not very original. All right, let's take some questions, Algared. It's gone from no questions to a whole screen of questions, so we've got a lot to go now. So I'll let you kick it off. We are up to Keltrath's question. Yeah, go for it.
Thoughts on the Liberator for next Invictus launch week?
The Liberator would be there. It's a military vessel, yeah.
Well, it's a civilian transport, according to.
Yeah, I was going to say, you need to mention that, because that was a big thing, and I don't know if Badges has heard that. We need to pass it on to Badges. He's going to actually have a sigh of relief, I think, when he hears this. But yeah, go ahead. So it was in Jump Point. So what they actually stated, what we've been saying for ages, didn't they? So yeah. Yeah.
So they were doing Anvil ships. They were doing the kind of review of the current ships in the Anvil lineup. And when it came to the Liberator, it was listed as a civilian transport. That was its title, and then they talked about it. So I went, not a carrier. It's not a carrier. So very bad Arnold there. But yeah,
sorry, just real
but
quick.
It does have military. Sorry, go on.
Mr. Sun is saying, join now the X1 for Best in Show, but it's not out yet. So how can you put into the Best in Show? It's got to come out the previous year, so that won't be until next year. Yeah, I don't know. I'd be more likely to go like the STV or something like that. I don't know, but I'm not a fan of making new ships the one. Like, they haven't been out long enough. How can you know? I'll call it now, Algared, and I think you'd agree with this. The Scorpius will be in that 100% because it came out last year, and so many people brought it. It'll be in that the Best in Show. What do you reckon? If you had to be with what you and I have seen the last few years, yeah.
Given the visual appeal to an X-wing and also a Star Fury, hell, it crosses so many boundaries. I could see it being a Best in Show. But I also know that CIG have talked about changing the way they're doing Best in Show. So
yeah, I mean, Eminence in Shadow mentions Corsair. Yeah, 100% the Corsair will probably be up there too. And that's why I was disappointed things like the Redeemer didn't win, because the Redeemer's going to get knocked out now, and it'll never get a skin. And I wanted that skin because it was black and red, and that's my colors. And that's also one of my favorite ships. But it'll, something like that'll come down the line, so I'm not too worried. I'm just going to be patient. But yeah, and I think like I look back at other ships too that were in there. There are going to be other ships that get knocked out, But then again, there's ships like the MSR that's been in, 2-3 years now. You know, the Carrack's been in there, except for the one with the MPUV where it got knocked out, which I think was pretty funny. And I even own a Carrack, and I still find it funny. But they are they promised me and Paul in a discussion that they are changing it, but it won't be the next year, but the year after that. So that's this year. The whole thing, the whole structure of it should be changing, so it's more fair. Now, I don't know if that means that if you won the previous year, you can't win this year or anything like that, but they are going to change it because and I think you'd agree, it's becoming the same type of ships over and over and over. So they want to spice it up a bit.
I think they're changing it and taking a leaf from Crux Cup. They've got categories, so you know, Crux Cup is the Aurora Classic. You can be any ship as long as it's an Aurora. You can be, you know. So I think they'll have category type things.
I would have made it even more simpler. I would go, what is the best ship that came out in the last year? That would just solve it, because then you will until later on, and they can change it again, but you would never have the same. So that way they would know what the best new ships are. I mean, you know, but I don't know. We'll see.
Or even go,
But you're right. If they do categories, they might do something like, what's the best ship in the last year? You know, what's the best combat ship? But yeah, if they do categories like that, it is going to piss some people off, because you're going to get this rare niche ship that comes right to the top, but only 5 people own it. You get my point, though, right? If they, I don't know, you'd have to pick a category. Like, what's the best medical ship? Let's say, well, I don't have a medical ship, so that annoys the shit out of me. So yeah, they're going to be very careful with the categories that they pick. They are going to isolate. But we'll see.
And I am going to say, because I'm noticing it, I'm sure our audience is noticing it. We do seem to be talking over each other, and it is lag.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got that little bit of lag issue that does kind of give that. We're deliberately, you know, as if we're deliberately trying to talk over each other. We're not, but it does give that impression, and it is frustrating.
Yeah. Well, we've learned to live with it over the years, though. But
yeah,
we get used to it.
But sometimes it does get a little bit worse than other times, doesn't it? So
yeah. That's fine.
So yeah.
All right. Next question. If you want to read
that was really more for the sake of our audience
that's fine.
than you and I. But
yeah.
Foxtrot says, "What are your thoughts on the offensive capabilities of the Banu Merchantman as currently concepted?"
What are your thoughts on the offensive capabilities? So it has those really big guns that are all enclosed, doesn't it? And then it's also got the big turret one up the top. And I think they said it had two size. Was it 2 size 7s on the top one?
Ooh, big. They're big. That's all I remember.
So that puts it like Nautilus level nose guns on the top, and then I think the 2 on the front are 2 size 5s from memory. I'd have to go back. It's been a while. I think certainly it used to be size 5s were certainly on it, but whether they've changed that or upped it or downed it, I can't remember. So yeah, a bit like you, I'd have to go back and have a look. Yeah.
But what are your thoughts?
It is going to be an interesting ship when it comes out, because I think initially, like, that ship was designed to be like what the Raelian is now, kind of thing, originally, right? So it was a blockade runner, as you and I know. But with the size that it's grown to, do you see that? Like, all those forward-facing guns, it's just going to move too slow now. That turret has to literally be able to go 360 to make any use of it at all. And if it's all forward, like those 2 massive guns, like, it'll be great against other capital ships, but like how are you going to take out a fighter? Like, again, if you've got size 5s which aren't tailored for fighting, you know, that's going to be a slower firing rate. You know, yeah, I think I do see why it needs a defender with it. I really do.
Yeah.
Like that.
I was going to say that. I was going to say that's why it's got the defender.
Yeah,
because it does need it.
Yeah. It's almost a bit like a Perseus in a way, isn't it? You know what I mean? Like, if you do the math, like, the Perseus has got 2 size 7 guns on it, right? Or turrets. This has 1 on the top, and then I think they're size 5s, but they might have increased them to size 7. You get the point I'm trying to make, right? It's going to suffer from the same problem. Actually, that's a question for Badges, actually. It'd be actually the good person to get an answer from on that. So keep that one in your back pocket, Foxtrot, and see if you can ask Badges the same question.
Yep. My thoughts on that is also, I think it fits with the law for the Banu, because the Banu don't have originally didn't have a standing navy, so they had a militia. So basically, when they needed it, everyone came with their ship, and so the Banu Merchantman was kind of their capital ship type thing.
I'm being Sorry, I have to interrupt you. Sorry, Algared. I'm being schooled in Twitch chat. Apparently, there's size 8 guns on the front, which is insane. I didn't realize they were that big. And apparently, it's got point defense. So that does give it something against the ships as well. I haven't read up on the weapons. Like, I tend to read up on things just as they're coming out. So otherwise, I've got too much information in my head. And I'm not a stats guy either. That's more your department, isn't it, than mine. But
yeah, and I haven't even checked out the the banner merchant. I love the banner merchant. I love it because of the lore feature. I love it because it does fit into that. Like I can remember years ago, I was saying, no, it's going to be a capital ship. It's because it fits in that. And you're off your rocket. You're an old man. Go away.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, but I haven't even kept up with it. And like you, I was thinking, oh yeah, it's size 7 and size 5s, and yeah. But we just know they're bloody big.
So
but the other thing that made me
what go ahead, keep talking. I'm going to bring up the Matrix of Lies while you're
Yep. And we all know how good that is.
Yep.
But the other thing that ties in with the Banu Merchantman that I was thinking is, just as I was literally thinking about that question, is that the offensive capabilities of the Banu Merchantman, to me, really make the Banu Merchantman fit in with the idea of being like a galleon. The old sailing ship line of a galleon, a great big merchant ship that was armed to the guns, the ship that would take the Spanish gold from the New World back to Spain, and it was, it was heavily armed, it was massive, it was chunky. You didn't want, you took a fleet to try and take it out, or use a tornado, like proper nature to hope it died in the storm. But yeah.
So on here, Algared, it says it's got 5 Galdarines are size 5.
Yep.
And then 3 TB determined size 6s. So even again, that's different again from the information people gave before. I'm gonna try the wiki.
Yep. And those size 5 certainly aren't. There'd be man turrets.
Let's have a look and see what the wiki says. Weaponry. Yeah. So now this is size 8, 5, 4, 3.
Yep.
Yeah.
The size 3s are your automated point defense.
There you go. Yeah. Remote manned.
Yep.
And they're the two at the front. Yeah. Okay. I get it now. Yeah.
So the Matrix of Lies is only listing the man turrets and the front ones. It's not including the automated or the point defense. But again, that's updated material, whereas the Matrix of Lies is older material. So
yeah.
But it shows it shows part of a frustration I have with the Matrix of Lies, because I can remember when I first found Star Citizen, I went to the ship Matrix to, research for ships that I wanted to buy, because it was the Star Citizen website. I went to their material on the ships to see which one was the best, and at the time I didn't realise it was just half of it was in-game advertising speak.
Yeah. Just real quick, someone in chat, I'm not going to name and shame someone, but someone said, I think it's the perfect ship. I don't think any ship should be perfect. That's something me and Algared have talked about quite a bit. And I remember in the early days, I had to kind of really explain it to you, but now I think you're really on board with it. You have to have design flaws in any ship.
Oh,
it's that rock, paper, scissors approach, isn't it?
I've always known you've got to have a design flaws, but you always try to build your ships and want your ships to be good. I can remember talking to, there's an Australian whose name has eluded me at the moment. I've just gone totally blank. I can remember his name. Just scrolling through my
Well, real quick then. Lemming's saying BMM will have drawbacks. We just don't know what they are yet. I think straight off the bat, even if you look at the size of ships, they have drawbacks. So a small ship obviously is quick and nimble but low health. And then you go to a capital ship, it's the complete opposite. It's really strong and tanky, but it can't move very well. They're literally polar opposite of each other. And then the medium one's everything in the middle. So it's kind of got two negatives. It loses a bit of speed, loses a bit of health, but you get the best of both worlds. But jack of all trades, master of none. It's that same type of approach. And it'll probably be the same thing with the Banner Defender. As I said, what is the point of having these two massive size 8 guns, but you can't draw them to bear on the ship that's right next to you, because by the time you turn, they've moved. So, and it's the same thing with the Idris, isn't it, Algared, essentially? Yeah.
Oh, well, we've seen that in the way you see that type of problem in Xeno threat.
Mm.
You know, because Idris is absolutely deadly if you get blasted by the railgun, but you get beside, you go around the railgun, and well, you know, the Idris.
Well, in the case of that Banu merchant, it'll be the turret on top that's the scary thing, not the two. Even though they're like, say they're size 6s or whatever the size they were. I didn't actually quite look at. Wait, hang on. So it says size 5s with the next bigger, so I assume, yeah, and it says manned. So two size 5s. I can't remember, and that just to put that in perspective, that's the same guns that are on the Redeemer. So it's just a Redeemer turret. That is going to be the scariest gun on that thing, not the 2 size 8s, because again, you've got to bring the 2 size 8s to bears, and you just won't be able to do it. So realistically, if you start thinking about it, that ship becomes a little bit undergunned for a ship of that size, and then gun placement. That's why some ships have weird gun placement, because they don't want them to be too strong.
Yep. And like one of the things that I remembered who it was. It was an Australian named Santo Bell, great guy. He, in his spare time, was designing a destroyer, a Star Citizen. And I always said, hey, this is more a cruiser, because he tried to make it form, so what is it? Not form, function. He tried to make function inform on what it looked like. And so he tried to look at, okay, what do you need in a ship? And so he literally tried to design it logically. And it meant, as you put in the things you wanted, it seemed like there were no flaws in the ship. There were no obvious weak points. That was always my thought. So he was designing it as a destroyer, but I thought, no, it's a class up because it's so powerful.
Yeah. That's kind of in a nutshell, like in real life, and this is a good point here. Like when we sit down with the military guys, they are trying to make perfect weapons, right? That's real life. That is what you're trying to do. But when you're making a game, you got to realize it's a game that's got to be balanced, and that's where realism kind of goes out the window a little bit. You know?
Yeah, that's why if you look at the 890 jump, it's got a great big fat rear end. It's why the Idris is, you know, got a rear end. That's why the Javelin has blind spots at the. You know, you look at every ship and you can't, blind spot, and if it's not the CIG are stupid and have no idea what they're doing. It's done deliberately so that it's not just I win ship.
Yeah, that's 100%. So they got to rely on, like, but they have counters to that too. So like taking your Javelin example, that's when you send up the Redeemer. That's that takes off from in that you get a free Redeemer with it. Yeah, from memory. You get a free Redeemer?
No, you don't get a free Redeemer with a Javelin.
I thought you did. Okay, my bad. It's been a while. I don't own a bunch of them like you. But long story short, it's designed so you send another ship out to help you. It's not meant to be a lone gun. You know, like it's meant to be supported.
Yeah, its hangar is designed for a Redeemer.
That's what it is.
Or was originally designed for a Redeemer. You get an MPVU C, I believe, with as the support vehicle for it.
Yeah. Actually, they're mentioning in chat the C8X. I'm going to be honest with you. That C8R is probably, if they did the best in show, that would be way up there for this year. It did the C8 one last year, didn't it? I'm pretty sure. So if they don't allow double ups this year, it'll be the medic one that wins. But we'll see. No, it did. I've got a black and red skin for it, so it did win last year. So yeah.
I would have thought the C8 they didn't put in and didn't allow to run because the C8 by itself, just a regular standard C8, is the one that you can't buy. It only comes with.
I'm generalising. It was a C8X because that was the only one you could buy. But anyway, all right. Next question. We lingered on that one way too.
We did. Hey, it happens. Dan has a question. What are the chances the Hull C being released in 320 being instead of dropping off the board again? And are you looking forward to it?
I think they're really ready to go on that because, again, they kind of mentioned in the sale that this will be the last time to buy that CCU. You know, yes, they could change their mind, but that shows that they're pretty sure they can hit that date. It probably shows that they don't have as much work left to do on it. So they seem pretty confident, and they had a lot of time from there to there. Well, it's over a 6-month period. You know, it's almost an 8-month period from the sale to AIE. I don't know, Algared, what's your thoughts on that?
I actually think the Hull C is ready. It is ready to go. But what's holding it back is the back end stuff, things like the cargo refactor and tractor beams to be able to move cargo and that type of thing. I don't think it's necessarily the ship itself that's the problem.
What about docking
these days?
What about docking?
Well, we've got docking now with the working with the 890 jump and the hammerhead and those.
So
ships.
you reckon it's going to be a cap? You reckon it's going to be a capital docking port on it, do you? I honestly can't remember if it's a capital or normal.
Yeah, I can't remember the docking size, but we know we've got like docking is already a thing that's working. So I don't think the docking is blocking it. The fact that when it's fully laden, it can't come down on a planet and land does say that it would probably need docking. Or you need to have an area where you'd go where the cargo is unloaded.
Yeah. Like something special at cargo ports or something like that. Yeah. No, I agree.
And so I think it's that aspect that's holding up the release, not the ship itself, but the things that have to go with a ship, like the cargo refactor, how you're getting the cargo on and off. And I get the feeling that they're getting closer to those, and I'd love to see it in.
Yeah.
If it's in, great. If it's not in.
Yeah, so obviously something to do with the cargo. That that thing holds a lot more cargo. I know Paul was reading out the other day, and it's like 4,000 cargo or something. It's like it just dwarfs the next closest ship by quite a lot. So for me, it's a way to dock with a station, and then it just becomes this automated process. The first step is automated. Later on, they'll make it so it's, they're actually think like maybe tractor beams pulling it off or whatever. So that doesn't really need to be there in this first Tier 0 implementation, but really it's just the docking's the big thing at the moment. It's glass, I can't get them clean.
And I think, so just like you're hinting at, you don't think it's the ship itself that's the problem, it's something else that's attached to it, and I think that's exactly the same as well. So okay, moving on. Monster AV has a question. With the increase in claim insurance times already, how much more do you think they will go up as we go into beta and launch? Lots.
As far as they need it to go, it'll be a balancing thing. So I'm sure that'll be one of the things they test and change and things like that.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if at one point they go real, like, an 890 jump is going to take a week, and then down the track they go, that was too long, and then they bring it back.
I fully expect much bigger ships to take. Like you think how like how big it. So essentially, for me, there are times where it might be a little bit unrealistic, right? But you got to think of it in gameplay terms, because you could get a ship that's physically twice the size of another one. Does that mean it has twice as many components, so therefore it takes twice as long, or does it have a really rare component? It's kind of like an Origin versus Drake. I would expect Origin just takes longer.
Take longer. Yeah.
Right now, 100%. You've kind of got like small, medium, and large, and capital, and they're all roughly the same time. I think as time goes on, and once they plug Quanta in, I think when Quanta comes in, it's going to change drastically. And you'll see benefits and drawbacks to all manufacturers.
And I could see, if you've got Quanta not being hassled by pirates, and they're able to bring those rare parts, and so it'll be things like how many of that part is in that station or that location, and if it's got to send for it, and they're going to be the factors that will change those times as well. So down the track, I expect it to increase. I don't expect, but as you said, it's going to be balanced. So they'll increase them, they'll bring them back. They'll say, "Nah, back class of way over balance. That will make it harder to get it back when it's done." So yeah.
Quanta, sorry, Joe's saying Quanta, and he spelled it Quanter. Drop the ER and add an A. It is the simulation that runs in the background. And so basically the simulation will dictate how the parts arrive to your location to rebuild your ship. So first, example, let's give an example of the Redeemer, as I talked about before. It would have to be rebuilt at a Aegis manufacturing facility, so they have to have all the parts delivered by the simulation, the Quanta simulation, and then the ship is created and built, and that would be a set amount of time, right? And then it's got to be flown to you wherever you are from the nearest Aegis manufacturing facility, and that'll all be simulated. And that's why we're going to have some long ass times. So imagine you lose your Javelin, They've got to rebuild so they've got all the parts delivered. And by the way, they'll probably also simulate the start, like the probably stages to Javelin. So like the frame. All right, now all the parts for the frame override, we can start building the frame. Now the next, it's how complicated do they want to get with it? Do they will be arseholic and you got to have every single part before it starts construction? I think they would have thought of that ahead, and that they'll make it a little bit more realistic. And so basically, then it's got to be sent to where you are. It's that simple. So the bigger a ship is, the longer it's going to take to get it returned. It's just that simple. Yeah. And if Algared loses one of his javelins, and I'm Mr. Happy-go-lucky pirate guy, and I know this particular system is the closest one to that manufacturing facility, and they need this rare resource from this planet, I can block it, and that way they've got to get it from somewhere else, and it takes even longer. And then if people know that, like if you really want to stuff with people that hold javelins, there is potentially a way to do that, to really blow out the times. That was a scenario given in the past, wasn't it, Algared?
Yeah, I could see that type of thing. They certainly don't want us to be able to block and control
jump points,
the economy.
Yeah, but they said we can stuff with it.
We can impact it. Yeah. We can impact it. We'll be able to control. We might be able to control that resource node, but we're not going to be able. There's dozens of that resource node in the game. We can't block them all.
Yeah.
And if we do that,
challenge accepted, Algared.
The ones they do. Yeah, but if we do that, they'll just go, oh, there's a new resource node there, and the Quanta will just work around it. So that's the advantage of Quanta. It's a way that Tony Z's got for us to not be able to screw up.
Yeah. But it also, ironically, when you think through how Quanta works, it actually does give benefits to having multiple ships. If you're in the same system, like the first one is like multiple ships spread out around the galaxy, because you don't want to travel with a whole fleet of ships, right? And I think eventually we will all get multiple ships, but purchasing one makes sense to me. But if you're really into mining, I could actually get behind people say having 2 Orions, because if one dies, you've instantly got a backup. But I don't know. I'd go to earning game which you have one, because you could use that one to earn another one. So it comes down to the individual, doesn't it?
I was looking for the follow-up question I had seen. I couldn't see it, and I've just found it. It was Monta Avi's question again. It says, so do you think that with the increased claim times, will having multiple ships a good viable idea? It's one of the reasons why I always went for 2 ships of something, because I didn't want to if my ship's wrecked and I'm waiting for it, I can just pull out the other one. So that was my thinking. Or one of the factors that kind of worked with me. So yeah. But it's that type of thing. It's just we'll see things. All right. Eminem's Shadow. Thoughts on the mining updates for 3.19? I have found a few 100k mass rocks yesterday.
Wow.
Made me yearn for an Orion. I wonder if the 100k rocks you found are kind of going to be linked to those new missions they've done, where really big, heavy resource areas are going to be found. Look, the new missions they've got for, I think 3.19 that they were talking about recently had me excited. The mining zones and where you could all go, and it was really heavy, but were really good. It does make bigger ships look even better. I haven't tried mining in 3.19, so I can't tell you, but yeah. I'm
going to be honest, I can't get in. I keep getting a 30018 error.
Bingo.
Yeah. Is that what you're getting as well?
Yeah.
So I just can't get in.
30k 18, 30k 19, 30k, 17.
No, mine's always I think it's always 13. I've had it like 6 times, and it's just the 3019, 319. But so I just can't get in. I don't know what that is. I let it load all the way out, and it just disconnects after like 10 minutes. So
yeah, I get the disconnected from server. It just
people are saying I should recopy. Okay, I'll try recopying and I'll try that after the show. But I verified. I just upgraded from the previous version that was there. But I'll try recopying it then. See what happens.
Upgraded the launcher, remove the user file,
It's the too,
downloaded.
it's the too many ships Algared.
Yeah, that's my
apparently.
problem. Too many
Yeah.
ships.
No, I don't
Too
really
many ships
have
there
that many
for
ships. I've
Algared.
only got, well, I don't know. I don't think it's the greatest number, but I've only got like 15, 16 ships. I don't think that's too many compared to some of the ones we know, right, Algared? We've seen ones with like 100 plus, you know, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Algared, it's about an hour and 10 minutes in. Do you think we should do another person? Because we've also got to do the draw at the
We
end.
probably should.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
All right, so
you or me?
you can go this time, but I got to turn your green screen off because we did this earlier. Just let me. That is you there. So Algared's gonna break the fourth wall here in a minute and lose his background, but we have to do it this way because otherwise you guys can't see what it is. Well, there it is. He's in the green screen.
Oh.
All right, go for it, Algared.
So,
where is it from and what is it?
Where is it from and what is it?
Good luck.
Where is it from?
It's a hard one. I didn't get it. And Mr. Stunner didn't get it. Shocked. Yeah, I love the show too. So
I was shocked that you guys didn't get it.
It's a very. I would be happy with someone. Captain Planet. Someone said Captain Planet. If someone can tell, if someone can just tell us the show, that would be enough. So people are just going to start guessing shows now. It is a very hard one. It is very hard though.
I am horrified that you guys don't know that one.
All right. Well, Algared, I can do another one. If no one can get it. I'll have to find something. Actually,
yes, Geek, it is a triangle.
All right, hang on.
It is a patch that is used by a particular class.
What's not a tuna? It's I'll let you explain what that is. Why go look for one. Hold on.
It's not the Jamaican Navy. Getting close.
Actually, I'll just use mine and maybe. Oh wait, you don't have another one, do you? All right. Well, I'll do mine.
Well, we do have. Well, there are people who are getting it. There are people who are telling us the show. Yep.
Really? Oh, there we go. Slag got it, I think. Slagna. Oh, was it?
Matt was.
Matt
was the first to give the show, but what patch is it?
If someone tell me the patch? If someone can tell you exactly where it's from. Oh, he got it. He did get it. He did get it. Slanglon got it. Look, Browncoat's patch. He got it.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. I can't believe someone got that. Holy shit. Yeah, he put it up and me and Stunner are like literally stunned. Like, what? I had no fucking clue what it was. Yeah. So it's a Browncoat's patch from Firefly Serenity. Yeah. Well done. All right. So what was that guy's name?
Oh, from the Firefly show and then, but also in Serenity. But it is the shoulder patch.
Yep. All right.
So, yeah, I was staggered because even in other sci-fi shows, if you've got modern sci-fi shows, you're someone who's a sci-fi nerd, you often see that patch, even on their jacket, just to, along with Star Wars patches and other stuff, just to say, hey.
All right. So for the people that are asking what a tuna is, this is not a tuna, or what? Not a tuna, and what it came from combining it's Not-A-Tuna from Arnold Schwarzenegger and the 400i for tuna skin, which is not a tuna as well. So I just kind of had this. It's all in my head. I'm crazy. Don't worry. And so basically, we're gonna have these 3 people, and then we'll do one more round. And basically, the person that gets the final round will get to choose from one of these windows, and under one of those windows, every week you get to pick one of the windows, and there's essentially 5 things that you can win. This first week, there is no Ares Inferno this week, but as soon as one of these disappears, the Ares Inferno will go under one of those windows. And basically, so this week you've got Microtech, Hurston, and Crusader, the skin ones from last month's Subflare, and the Not-A-Tuna, aka 400i for tuna skin, under those windows. So as soon as one disappears, we've added the Ares in there to make up for the last week that we kind of balked this. We had to wait 2 weeks for this camera to rock up. That was the thing that stuffed us around. But we wanted to do it this way because it's funny and personal, and bit of comedy relief. Little bit different from just the normal drawing something. We wanted to be a little bit more creative and make you guys jump through a few hoops. So
jump through hoops and entertain us while we're at it, and hopefully entertain anyone else.
Right.
Yes, Dan, the Browncoats are another name for the Independents. Unfortunately, no one actually served the Independents early on. And Matt P, you were the first to say it was Serenity, but as you did point out,
we're looking for details, right? The most detailed answer. So yeah.
And as you said, Shlaz.
Limited Respawns is so confused. He says,
"Man, his name gave the most detailed answer." So
yeah. So we're going for the only way, as we said, like if you can get the 100% correct answer, that's the only way we're going to let you step in front over someone else. So you got to have the full answer, because we're worried that some of these are hard, right? And if they're hard and only someone gets to the first layer, awesome, that's it. But if you can go the full thing, we said that before the show.
Then you go.
Yeah. So we want the full correct answer. I got to turn your green screen back on.
And Kazam says, "I've never seen the show. Man, you have missed out."
Yeah, go watch it.
I can remember my brother pointed out to it. It's a
was it 11? Man, I always forget his name. But,
only one season.
Yeah, 11 episodes
Joss
of that
Whedon.
and a movie. Yeah, that's it, Joss Whedon.
Yeah.
So there's 11 episodes
Whedon.
and a movie called Serenity. So Firefly's the show and Serenity's the movie. Yeah.
And I'd watched Buffy, I was a big Buffy fan and watched all the episodes. And my brother had found this show by Joss Whedon.
Yeah.
And he says, "Oh, this show." And I said, "Oh, yeah, what is it?" And he knew I was into Babylon 5 and those things. And I said, "It's
wow,
a Western in space." Is how he described it.
Sorry, I got to interrupt you. Foxtrot is saying, I think Disney is looking at resurrecting it since they purchased. That's amazing news.
Yep.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Oh, you have? Okay.
They are looking at. They are talking about it.
All the stuff, they're so much older now though, because it's like 15 years since the show ended or more. Oh,
but you see,
yeah.
the thing with that show is that even now, the stars of that show still get together for Firefly viewing sessions.
Yeah.
Nathan Killian has been for years pushing.
Well, when they go, they've talked about when they go to conventions and stuff, they still get asked about it almost more than anything else. The main failure of that show is something that I think a lot of people can relate to. It was the marketing. Because it was marketed to people from Buffy, but it's a completely different show to Buffy. Vampire slaying, modern day versus sci-fi space, that is not the same audience at all. And so apparently most of the following happened a couple of years after the show was actually cancelled. Like people that they started putting reruns on, and that's when it got really popular, was when the reruns happened. Much like the original Star Trek, that had the same thing, didn't it, Algared? It was pitched to the wrong people, and years later when it went into reruns was when most people watched it.
Yeah, I think there was a marketing problem. How do I market this show? Because it was a Western in space. That's literally what it comes across as. And when my brother first told me, I was like, it sounds stupid.
It does. It does. Yeah.
You actually watch it and you go, yeah, it's believable.
That train heist episode was so Wild West type of thing, and it works so well as a sci-fi thing, though. Just real quick, 11th, he said, wasn't it shown out of sequence? Yeah, they even aired episodes out of sequence that broke the story because the people that were airing it had no idea what they were doing. And that was Fox. That was on Fox marketing and management. They really butchered it and stuffed it up. And it was that, they owned it, so to speak. They'd paid for the episode, so that's their right to do that. But again, you have to know, a good marketing person knows their product they're selling. But what most marketing people is, they try to sell. It's like what happened with the Odyssey, Algared, how you and I go on about that. It was just, they pitched it based on statistics, not based on what it actually was. And it would have been when you got a very educated, let's be honest, most nerds are very educated. You don't do that because they can see through your bullshit. And that's what pissed us off. And I'm sure many of you are pissed off just like we were about the Odyssey. But yeah, it's a very learned thing. Like I would use Firefly as one of the best examples of how to butcher a very cool IP. So yeah, but yeah, if you get a chance to watch it, highly recommend it. You can buy it as a box set, and I do believe there are. I think it might even be. Might even be on Disney Plus now. I'm not sure, but
it probably is. And there's plenty of merch out there as the patch shows. That's why I had to turn the thing off, because it's kind of invisible.
So
but there's plenty of merch out there as well. So
the other thing I want to add real quick is we are now one apiece. Twitch, YouTube, one apiece. Who is going to break the tiebreaker? Actually, you know, we could be really... No, I won't do that because that's not fair to Twitch. I was going to say it's whoever gets the more votes and then it's the last 2 people. No, because that would be really unfair to Twitch because they've got lot smaller numbers than... but yeah.
I would highly recommend Firefly to anyone who has not seen it. It is a great show. One of the things that I did like is that Joss Whedon also usually reuses people who have been in other shows. So, so you had... And yeah, so it was just a classic show. It was just a really good show. But Nathan Killian has often said he would jump at it and be in it, and he's been one of the people who's pushed for it for years, from what I understand.
And
so,
you still,
in fact,
I still think you would hear lines from that show. Like I hear people say them in real life, and they don't even know where they're from. Like about a couple of weeks ago, I heard my cleaner say, "I'm a leaf on the wind," and and I said, "Do you know where that's from?" And she's like, "I got no clue. It just sounds awesome." I was like,
that sounds cool.
Yep. So that's a very special scene that happens in the movie if you haven't seen it, and it's just like I was like, what the fuck? Like, but I guess you could say it's not just from there, but like it's very specific to that show. So like, I just found it really ironic that my cleaner of all people, because I live in a share house and she comes through and cleans the main rooms of the house every couple of weeks, and she just goes. Okay, I said to her, "You're doing it fairly quick." And she goes, "Yeah, I'm a leaf on the wind." And I went, "What the fuck?"
I just thought the classic, the first scene you get of the pilot, the Tiddick's character,
Wind, yeah, what's his name? Shit, not Wind.
Not Wind. Someone in chat will tell us.
He's got that name, and I always forget his name. He's got that really clever name. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Alan Tudyk is the actor that plays him.
Alan Tudyk's the actor, and he's there playing with his dinosaurs in the cockpit. That's the first time you see him.
Such a funny guy. He's doing Resident Alien at the moment. Have you watched that?
Yeah.
Oh god, that's funny.
I have.
He's so good at that. Yeah, he's so. All right, we've gone like so far. Yeah, Wash is his name.
Down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, Wash.
That's right, Wash.
Someone said Walsh, but that was enough to prompt me that it was Wash. But yeah, yeah. So we've gone so down further. We need to go to the next question. We've got just like tangented so bad.
And even with the characters, like the character you would expect to be Nathan Killian's, you know, romantic interest, is actually Wash's wife. So it's lots. It's just so it is. Yeah, it's just a great show. Watch it.
Yeah.
Anyway, as you said, we've gone down the rabbit hole. We're way behind in our questions.
Yeah, gushing too much.
So let's try and get through. Yeah, I know. Lord Hollington says, "You sure you're not a Hurston with a name like that? What do you think about us being able to put a different hull material on your ship? For example, better protection against solar flares, a small gain of armor in trait of weight."
They did talk about different types of armor way back in the day, but we've also talked about things like different shields, so you can put in different add-on modules into your shield generators and stuff like that. Yep. So we know that's going to be a thing. So it'll give you different resistances and stuff like that. So yeah, I definitely see it for shields, and I think down the line we probably will get different armors, because really at the end of the day, a different armor is just a different texture. So yeah. Totally possible.
And certainly in early on, it was the idea is you had upgrade points for your ships. You didn't have hard points, you had upgrade points, and so they would change what you could do to your ship, and you know, putting an extra laser on is going to cost me X number of hard point upgrade points. So it was that type of thing, and so changing your armor was a thing. If you look at the Hornets and the different ships, originally they were showing us what we could do with our, you know, if you get a Hornet, you can actually outfit it this way or this way, or you know. So the variants were how we could upgrade or outfit our ships, and that's changed. That was like, you know, that's like 2013, 2014 type.
Yeah.
In fact, even 2014 they changed from that. So it's like you're talking real ancient history for that.
Yeah.
So,
I don't think you'll see things like the Aurora anymore with all those variants, because really, like, I think one of them was just it had a different seat compared to the other. That was it. Was that the CS or something like that? The rarest one is something like that. What's the one?
Actually, the Aurora.
LX.
You're talking about the LX. The Aurora is actually every one of those modules is different.
Yeah.
Every one of them. So
I just need to say before it goes to the screen, Foxtrot, thank you for the tier 1 subscription on Twitch. Sorry, go ahead.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. So the Aurora, the ES just has two lasers and size 1 missiles. The next one has 4 hard points and the missiles. The LX and the LN have different missile rack, and so every Aurora ends up being a totally different ship.
Yeah.
In terms of hard points. So yeah, it's
yeah, again,
totally different, but frustrating.
Yeah, I think eventually we might even see a consolidation of that, a change, but we'll see. Like I don't think a starter ship needs that level of complexity. Like, because honestly, like you're going to step over it, and then all of a sudden, all that work to make all those variants, it just seems really arbitrary and a waste of time. And I don't think anyone's going to complain if they, you know, maybe had it so just the LN has the extra hard points and nothing else. You know,
I go on.
No, I was just saying. Well, I was just gonna say things like the LX are really rare. Like, what's the point of having a whole variant just for a seat change? I just, you know,
and it doesn't have the best. Like the LN actually has the better missile rack, so it's actually the better ship.
Yeah.
But I would like to see them do something like they did with the 300 series, where you got the upgrade points. So you got the Aurora, and then you do the aftermarket sales. So you do that type of thing to get that, to get the different hard points or the different thing. I could see them doing that.
Yeah.
I'd like to see them do that down the track, but.
So there's a really good point there by Karazam on Twitch. He says in 3.19 you can remove the cargo rack from the Aurora sealer and place on another Aurora. That's what I'd like to see. So literally all those extra pieces, like the different seat and stuff like that, you can just take the one. They're essentially like little mini upgrades or modules for the Aurora. That's heaps better. Like, so basically you know how we're saying about the extra hard points? That's just an extension or something that you add to the Aurora. That would be sick. So you take that over to another ship, like I gotta think, the Nomad. So you can upgrade the extra hard points, but all of a sudden it requires, you know, you got more battery drain or something like that. So instead of having, you know, however many hard points that ship's got, so it's got 2, you can give it 3, you know, things like that.
And as Callum said, the LX has better quantum fuel and better equipment, and so that's another way they change them. The components that are on those the different models are different as well.
It's got to have diminishing returns though. If you pull it extra in one area, it's got to take it from another. So like, you know, you're giving up the fire rate, or you've got to increase your charge rate or something like that. And then if you fix your charge rate, then maybe you can't have as much cargo because you've got to put a module in where the cargo goes or something like that. That customizability would be really cool, but again, they've got to keep it balanced.
But and you can see the way the game is developed. Originally, they had those variations of what you could do with your ship. That changed into, okay, these are now different variants because backers are just buying everything we put out.
Yeah.
Yes, blame people like me who were backing back then and just wanting to support the game and development. But that had an impact. It changed the way they were doing, because they'd bring out a new ship, and it didn't matter whether they said this is what you can do with ship. Hey, we're buying it. And that changed the way things are going, but I think they'll actually eventually come back the other way and give us more variants, more options to change our ships again. But we'll see. Anyway, let's try and move on the questions a little bit, because I know we keep.
No, it's fine. It's fine. We'll just take it as we take it. I don't think we have a lot of questions compared to normal. I don't think we do have a lot of questions, so it's totally fine. All right, what's the next one, mate? I'll let you John Mortimer. What about John Mortimer?
No? Oh, sorry. Yes, we do have John Mortimer. I was skipping down to that second question.
Yeah, I saw what you did. That's why I corrected you.
All right. Yeah. All right. Well, you may as well do it.
All right. John Mortimer says, question, what price will the links be at, and do you think that there'll be another cheaper LTI? That's a really good question. I actually would say it would be the cheapest one, based on of the 2 vehicles that are there. Cheapest. What we got the Ursa at? $55 off the top of my head? 50
bucks straight, 55 Australian because of the GST.
I would say $10.
So I reckon about.
What do you reckon? $10?
Yeah, I would say 60. I was going to say $60.
Yeah, $60 seems about right, especially at that low end. We often see increments of 5. Like when they've done the Cyclone, they were all $5 apart. But I think there only being 2 variants, they'll jump to 10. So yeah, I'd 55, 60, but I think 60 is the safer bet.
If they're bringing, if as we've thought, they're bringing out module, a second variant,
yes.
then they might do the links as 55 and then the medical version, if the medical version is 60.
Yes.
I could see them doing that, but it'll certainly be more than an Ursa.
Yeah. Because we just theorized, like, how do you make the links military based? You can't, because it's a high-end luxury one. For example, they don't sell Origin ships generally at Invictus. So if you put in a medical SKU, they can instantly sell it because it goes, medical based.
Yeah.
And I've seen them do that before. I think it was like similar to the G12. I don't think G12 actually came in Invictus, but it came a little bit before. With those, with the anti-air missile variant, that was how they're able to sell all the others at Invictus or whatever. So yeah. The medical links, the reason why we keep going back to that is the RSI Galaxy had room for an Ursa on it, like as in like a cargo lift thing that went directly into the medical bay. And if you all of a sudden made that an ambulance, you can see how that would work very, very well. So there is no ambulance right now. So the logical conclusion is they're building it. The next cab off the rank is the links.
If you're doing that, you may as well just put it in there with that.
That's it.
And we know that the links has the same footprint, exactly the same footprint as an Ursa, because they're both built for the Connie.
Thank you, Mr. Yellow07, for the Prime subscription. Appreciate it.
So there was a question in the YouTube chat, which was missed it, but there is another one that says RSI links will be LTI.
Yeah, because it's concept.
It should be.
Yeah.
It should be because it's concept, but there was at least one case, I think, where they brought out the ship and they said, well, this was originally sold with, so it's already been released, so it's not a concept. So they might say no because of that, but I would fully expect it to be LTI because it is a new ship.
Yeah, so what Algared's specifically going over there is the ship that we would call the LTI token. And that is the ship that you would use to upgrade into all the ships so you get LTI off your ships. I think off the top of my head, Algared, the most expensive you and I have ever seen, I think, was the Ballista at like $125 when it came out. But generally, they're somewhere between $50 to $100.
Yeah. And I fully expect the links to have LTI and be our LTI token because it is a new concept ship. But because it is a ship that came with the Phoenix, they may say, well, it's already been done, it's not getting LTI, but I fully expect it to have LTI. So just, if it doesn't have it, and they're using that excuse, it has been used once before, but it's been very rare.
I genuinely cannot blink to tell you that someone's asking me to blink twice if there's a medical variant. I can't do that because I actually don't know. It's just highly speculatory because if you look at the other, like they could just break the law and go, oh, stuff it, they're letting Origin sell the links. They could do that. They really, really could. But generally, what we've seen in the past is they have a way to kind of backstep things into Invictus, and that's what we're expecting a medical variant. But we'll see.
Like even in our theory crafting, I said, look, it could just be a command variant. Your command vehicle.
Yep.
Nice area for the commander to be. That's why we've got the luxury limo there for them because it's like a command vehicle. It could just be that.
Yeah, so
that could be how they justify it. So
now I've mentioned the G12. There's a lot of people mentioning the G12 for AIE. No comment on that at all. Someone also mentioned the size. It is roughly the same size as an Ursa, as far as we're aware.
It is.
We do need more vehicles in that medium bracket. Right now, it's the Ursa, and that's it. Everything else is small or large, and the Ursa is the only. I think actually no, the Rock DS might no, that's still small. So the only one that falls into medium.
Small,
Yeah, the only one is that. So after we get the links, we'll actually now have another vehicle that's medium, and we know the G12 is the other one that's been announced. They're the only three mediums, and medium seems to be the nice sweet spot as we've kind of learned with the ship sizing.
And I know with the G12, like I remember when it first came out, I thought, oh, awesome, it's a smaller ship than the Ursa. But then when you look at the stats, it's actually wider than an Ursa and like a little bit shorter than an Ursa. It's like the G12s are massive compared to what they are. When it came out, I realised it was bigger than an Ursa. I went, why would you want one?
Yeah.
Seriously, why would you want one?
Well, I think
it does less than an Ursa. Does less than an Ursa, but yeah.
I think you'll probably get a bit of speed. That's probably the main benefit. The US is a little slow in that department, isn't it? But yeah.
And that was certainly what we thought the wider wheelbase did on the G12. It gave it that ability to handle better at speed, so gave it more stability. Anyway, so that's that. So let's see. Foxtrot comes in and says, and maybe I missed it, how are they justifying a luxury vehicle during a military event? Well, I think we just answered that. So.
Yeah. So we're expecting some backdoor entry, whether it's a command and control variant that Algared mentioned, but I think it's the medical. The strongest evidence is the medical.
100%. I think it's the medical. Like, that would be my first go-to.
Or they could just break their own law. We've seen them do that too, Algared, haven't we? So.
Yeah, they could just say, "Oh well, the luxury vehicle's there because the generals use it." You know, bang.
Yeah, literally, they could.
It's a staff car. Bang, done. So back to Stephanissy's question. The Polaris concept rework does not have a consistent hangar higher. Does not have a consistent hangar higher. Do you think that's to prevent ships like the Legionnaire from landing, or do you agree we will see the first implementation similar to that in events like Zenith?
Well, they literally mentioned that it's changed to the same size as the Odyssey, and the Odyssey has quite a high hangar to metrics. I would expect that it can hold the Legionnaire now.
Yep. I expect that because it's gone to metrics, anything that fits on that size one hangar.
No, actually, Algared, I believe the Legionnaire is a size up. Above that. So that's a size 3. It's only a size 2 on the Polaris. That would be why. Yeah, so no.
But
I know the Defender can fit in it, and I know the Terrapin can fit in it, but the Terrapin is a size smaller than the I'd have to double check the metrics again.
But it's the metrics that they've gone to, and if you've got a size 1 ship, any size 1 ship will fit. If you've got a size 2 hangar or pad, everything that's size 2 will fit in there. And I think they're just going to stick with that. And
so you're essentially falling into slots or bins, aren't you, now at this point?
Yeah. And the hangars will be a size 1 hangar will be, made so it can fit all the size 1 ships. A size 2 will do the same.
And we're expecting things like that for the jump points as well, aren't we? They're essential because it makes it easy from a game design perspective, because if everything's in buckets or neat little piles or whatever you want to use your analogy, it just makes it easier for design purposes.
So, I expect that ships of the size of a pad will fit. They might do some weird things where a ship that's can fit on a landing pad, a size 1, is actually a size 2 ship because of its height, but that's...
I can probably bring up that graphic again, Algared. Let me find it real quick. Because I always forget, like, it's just too much stat. I got too many stats. I'm not a stats person, and holding those stats in my head just hurt.
And they've changed landing pad sizes and ship sizes and the way they do things so many times. It's very easy to get those up, those figures up, mucked up.
I always find it funny, Algared, when I change my screen to something and you can see it and no one else can, and your voice goes funny. Because it's like, what is he doing? You lose the visual and your voice goes all funny on me. I thought,
what can I say?
Yeah. All right. So there's like, because these are taken from the lines of code, but that kind of, so if you kind of look at that would put the Legionnaire as a medium, so a size 3, and the hangar on the Polaris as well as I'm aware is an S2. So that shows you any ships that go over that 32 meter mark. Let me just double check. I think the Legionnaire might fall into that. Hold on.
And yes, I know in the stream I did say size 1, but that's because at one point they were calling it a size 1. So because I think at one point we had size 0, size 1, size 2, size 3. So the things have changed. Things change all the time. It's a constant with Star Citizen. Things change because we're in development. Get used to it.
Oh, maybe it does fit on the small. Okay. Yeah, again, I could be wrong. It says 32 beam, so
it may fit on the size 2.
32 by 23 by 10. Its height is 10, and if you look here, the height is 12 for a small. Yeah, it does fit. So yeah, okay, I'm kind of wrong there. Yeah. So it should fit in there. Yeah, it should fit. But according to the metrics, it should fit. Hey Noob, nice to see you. Yep.
And I would like to think that a ship, a Polaris, given what its role is, the Legionnaire should fit. So that's just my thought. Anyway.
I just want to say something real quick because I feel like being evil. Much like our friend Paul or the Astropub, Daily Noob wants your feet pics. So please send all your feet pics to Daily Noob. That's it. And thanks for this community service announcements. All right, Algared, next question.
I'm just happy that none of them want nose pics.
Oh, yeah. I don't know, you can send him nose pics. Send all your nose pics to Algared. There you go. He wants some nose pics.
Picked noses would be a very bad thing.
Picked noses. Your pick. No, I get you what you mean now. I get you. Right. Cool.
Yeah.
Payback's a bitch, Daily Noob. There you go. Right. Apparently, Paul's like fully go, no, don't tell people to send me any more feet pics. Like this, I've got way too many. Like he's just like, no, stop it, it's bad.
You're breaking my fetish. Stop.
And that came from Daily Noob because he was making a joke about it, and I basically just took that and ran with it and dumped it on Paul, and so now I'm dumping it back on Daily Noob. We'll see how that goes. Thank you, Mr. Stunner, for the gifted subs on Twitch. We've got Uriel Erasium, Bergs, Anification, Cromtac, and Twitch Wetsu. Congrats on your subs, and thank you, Mr. Stunner, for giving them. So make sure you thank you if you got one of those. Make sure you thank Mr. Stunner for your sub. Cool. Enjoy your emojis.
I enjoy those. Yeah.
All right.
So Quadrup 988 has a question.
Yeah.
With the new tractor beam gameplay that comes in 3.19, how long do you think it'll be before we can restock our ballistic ammo on our ship's weapons?
See, this is the thing. I've wondered this for a while, Algared, right? I know you and I talked about running around deploying ammo, but how do you actually get some of the guns look fully external, right? And I'm now worried that we are not going to be able to do that on certain guns. But I hope I'm wrong. We'll put it this way: you would expect, much like a component slot, right? You can physically open the component slot. Wouldn't you expect somewhere near the hammerhead, as an example? Maybe I've missed it, right? But wouldn't you fully expect there's like somewhere where you can put an ammo crate?
If you might remember the, I don't know whether it's still in, but when ballistic weapons first came out on ships, they had ammo crates. So you literally added the ammo box to the sides, and I think the Hornet could take 2 ammo crates to the side of its ballistic Gatling.
But again, see what I mean about how that's external?
Yeah.
But it also does give it a benefit to bigger ships, because like a smaller fighter can't change its ammo. It's limited. But then, say, a bigger ship like a Hammerhead gets an advantage because you can restock the ammo. Yeah. I would hope that is a thing. Yeah. I really do hope that is a thing. But again, ammo feeder locations, I just don't. That's what someone's called it in Twitch.
And
I just don't see that being... I haven't seen any, so I'm worried.
Yep. And I raised a question, and it's been something someone asked. I think it was in our Discord, or it may have been on another chat. But they said, how do you see them being able to recharge or repair or refuel a P-52 when it's docked to a Connie, and it's by hand?
Yep. By hand, or when it docks, there is like these things that we just can't see.
Yep.
And for example, it's limited, so like you can't repair it because most of it's external. But what you can do is refuel it or resupply it, right? But I don't think you should be able to repair it.
Yep.
That's just me.
The ballistic gun is a problem, because you can't access the gun from where it is on the ship.
Maybe there's
as I've always thought, is
a feeder port. Yeah.
I always thought that that would be a ship that you would do repairs, you do the rearming while it was detached from a ship, and you do it by either.
So there's definitely some interest there on how they're going to do it too, because we know drones can resupply people too.
Yep.
So I'm just really interested. Like, is there a ship that we just haven't seen? Right? Is there some like massive drone resupply ship? Like, can you imagine a ship that just rocks up to the Hammerhead and it deploys like 9 drones or however many turrets there are and just resupplies every single turret? That could be a thing. That could be a whole game. And I know Sear would love that. See the 6 I'm talking about here. Like, he talked about this quite a bit, didn't he? Logistics. That would be his jam. Absolutely would be his jam. Just rocking up and ballistically resupplying something. So maybe they've moved into a ship.
And we know that they do have drones. We've got the we've got the Vulcan, which is just full on drones.
Yep.
The Vulcan has as many drones, I think, as at least had as many drones as the Crucible. Whether the Crucible will end up with that number of drones is another thing. We know the Carrack has drones. We know that the Reclaimer has drones. We know, I think, the Orion has drones. So that's at least 5 ships we know that are using drones all the time.
So,
we know the Nautilus has drones. So, there's 6 ships that we know of that have got drones. So,
Bryce Johnson in chat says, wouldn't that just be a bigger Vulcan? Yes.
Yeah.
So we've actually said this before. There is a lot of apparent overlap between repair and resupply. So the Vulcan does it. We know that there is cargo on the Crucible as well. But again, there's room there for another ship in between those that is more on the resupply skew, right? So I'm almost expecting, and I think Algared would kind of agree with me, those ships in the middle, one of those, they have to have something different that separates them. And there's, if you think about it, you can see another repair ship, right? And we've talked about it being like a ground vehicle before that specializes on repairing vehicles. But the other ship, because you've got small, medium, and capital, and technically the Vulcan is a medium size. It's actually quite big. There's room there for at least one more ship in the middle. But what if it does drones in space, and then when it lands on planets, it specializes in vehicles? So its landed mode is for vehicles, but then when it's in space, it specializes in drones. And so it resupplies in space and repairs on the ground. I could see that as a thing, but I don't. Algared, speak for yourself.
Yeah, I know that in terms of the Vulcan, it's always a medium ship, and we always said it is a starter profession ship for repair, because that's what CIG said. And Paul was always of the opinion that there'll be a smaller one because it's a medium ship. And it's only, and I think Paul may end up being right, even though CIG said this is a starter profession ship. I think they will bring out a smaller ship that does that type of stuff.
I could totally.
That's gone on.
We've talked about this a few times. You could definitely see one that's more tailored at vehicles. It's more hands-on. So basically, it's almost just a ship that lands and opens up the side, and it's just basically a bunch of tools. So it allows you to have access, instead of having just the multi-tool, it gives you access to the bigger tools, like the bigger tractor beam, and there'll be some kind of bigger repair tool and stuff like that. So it basically allows you to have access to those. So it's a step above the hand tools, but you've got, as soon as you go beyond the multi-tool, like again, look at the example I've got right now. You've got the though you can't use it, you've got the medical attachment for the multi-gun, but then you've got a multi-medical gun, right? It's the same thing as that with the tractor beam and whatever other tools they bring in, because the multi-tool is meant to be the bare minimum, but what's the next level above? So you think it through in your head, Algared. If you can repair hulls and they're not all painted, does that mean the next one is just faster, or does it also allow you to repaint a bit?
Yep. Do you have a paint, a multi-tool attachment for painting? I could see them doing that just for the sake of more sales.
And
I don't know whether it's there.
I was going to say, how it's like all bumpy and crusty with the multi-tool? Yep. Maybe it's a lot smoother, but you can't paint it.
Yep.
It's just, it's more aerodynamic. It's a better repair job or whatever. You can very quickly see how they can make stages, though.
Yep. So Mark Jensen in YouTube is saying a Pisces repair ship for the win. I actually don't see a Pisces repair ship. I've never really seen a Pisces repair ship, and it's because it kind of steps on VMP UV. Now, could I see that? I suppose I could see it as being a different manufacturer's take on the MPVU. But
only reason I don't think you'll see one is and it's in the Carrack's design, is the Carrack has drones. It doesn't need something to go outside to repair it because it's already got the drones.
Yep.
But if it didn't have drones, absolutely I could see that.
Yeah.
But because of the drones, it's got no need for that variant. The last variant of that Pisces has to be that scanning one, Algared, that we talked about way back when.
The scanning variant would be one that really enhances the Carrack's abilities. So yeah, I fully expect that.
But all three of those variants, you can see them off the Carrack. That they take what the Carrack has and they extend it. So you need
and extend it.
You need the cargo because you very general runabout. You've got the medical one because you need to be able to get someone and bring them back to the medical facility for those humanitarian aid, Star Trekky style missions. And the last one is the scanning because the cartography. So it all lines up to me, and I think that's I think the last variant, unless I can think of another one that's in a module, like there might be a science one, but again, maybe I don't think we really have a strong skew towards science on that ship yet. So the last one that I can see, as you and I have talked about, is that scanner one, and that was the first one we ever thought about, didn't we? Long time ago.
That Raider from Daily Noob is saying that he wants to see a repair cutter, and I could see a repair cutter. To be honest, I could see a cutter fitting into that role. But
so Algared, that means that someone that raided with Daily Noob, but the person is Daily Noob. Anyway, right. Sorry, Algared's not used to the interface. Yes, that's fine. Well, anyway.
Yeah, well, it is Twitch. Who uses Twitch?
Twits use Twitch, but anyway,
Twits use Twitch.
And he was saying a repair cutter. Yeah, I could definitely see it. I could definitely see at least 2 more in the cutter line of ships, at least.
And I see, for me, that would perfectly tie in with what I see Drake's Law is. Yes, they are the pirate org, but yes, they are also, their background is salvage. Salvage goes with repair, so I'd fully expect them to do that. But I'd much rather see the MPUV.
Yeah, the one I was really when I talked to Agent and Moist Noodle when they were on for that pirate stuff, and I have to get that organized, by the way, to get those guys back together for that episode. But was the one they dropped, which was like a really cheap drop seat variant with a magnetic attachment. So take the Cutlass steel, shrink it down, rip off all the guns and put it into the cutter, and then just add a magnetic attachment. And so it literally looks as this really cheap raiding ship. I reckon that would be so popular with pirates. That would be ridiculous. I really like that one. Anyway.
Yep. Anyway, moving on.
I've got to read this one, Algared. So Foxtrot just said, well, it could sell pizzas too. A pizza cutter. But a boom ching, this thing markets itself. That was really clever. Really clever, Foxtrot. Yeah, I like that.
That's CIG's first. Well, it'd be CIG's second delivery vehicle, because the first one was a Reliant Big Benny's delivery truck, which they did as an April Fool's. It was an awesome skin.
They will definitely sell a Big Benny's skin for any time they do. When they eventually get around doing a shop ship, they will. I guarantee you, one of them will come with a Big Benny's skin.
Well, we've had a Big Benny's food truck at
Whammer's one. Whammer's one. They'll go through and do a bunch of the takeaways and stuff.
They will.
Like that, yeah.
But we've actually had a Big Benny's food truck at CitizenCon selling Big Benny's noodles, and we've also had them toy with the Reliant Big Benny's delivery truck for April Fools a couple of years ago, and it was gorgeous. I would love that. But yes, a pizza cutter, love it. Shalag's CIG once again seems confident in the Hull C showing up. What additional gameplay do you expect them to introduce to facilitate its 4K SU of cargo?
Yeah, I think it does give. Paul talked about this recently on one of his shows. It definitely needs a rework of the economy. I also think it'll very defy how the Hull C operates, because I still think, and you and I have talked this about in the past, like you get the whole A and the D and E that essentially go between systems. I think the C is for between major space stations. So like going from Virginia to Port Tressler, again, because it dictates it doesn't go down to planets, right? So I think that's its main aim. So like D and the E will come into ArcCorp, and then the C is to distribute from ArcCorp to Microtech and Crusader. So it really is the space station hopper.
I would even say it even more nuanced than that, where you've got like in Stanton, you've got the Covalex shipping hub, Every station will, every system should have one of those. The problem with Stanton at the moment is
this is broke.
Our shipping hub is out of order, but that's where the D's and E's would turn up, and then the C's are going from there to the planets.
Yeah, so
and then the A's and B's are going from planet to the
So. But I just picked ArcCorp because ArcCorp's the biggest planet.
Yep.
Because it's a full C. It's like Coruscant. So and I'd have to assume until that gets back. I'd love to see little things like in the future where they actually do repair broken things and stuff like that, and it would totally change the dynamic of a system. Imagine for the first 5 years of the game, we have to go to ArcCorp because
the shipping hub's broken,
and then they eventually get it fixed, and so
and then
there's this huge pivotal shift. Yeah,
they do a contract to repair, so you're actually taking stuff to Kovalik Station to repair it, and then it's up and running, and so it changes the whole shipping routes and lines, and a planet that may have been really getting a boost from those ships coming in and taking stuff now has to. But it just opens the door, doesn't it? It just
it really does.
So much possibility.
But yeah.
Anyway,
so that's probably the big gameplay thing though for the whole sea is it needs the stations to have a lot more cargo that can be moved. So
So NPCDN. Question in 319. If I salvage prospector bags into a cargo ship, what can I do with them, and how do I know if there's stuff in them?
Sorry, say that again. I was reading another question in chat.
So, in 319, if I salvage prospector bags into a cargo ship, what can I do with them, and how do I know if there's stuff in them?
Why would you salvage prospector bags?
Because you've killed a prospector who was mining.
Oh, you would just go to you'd take them to the refinery and refine them, would you not?
And you take them to a refinery, and then if they're taking up your cargo space, and if there's stuff in them, you'll get money when you refine them, or sell them. So
that's probably one of the few cargoes you can sell, and it's like if you sell like steel components, they can tell to someone else's. But how do you tell that raw ore is something you can't? That's actually a good thing to steal if you think about it. Yeah. I just want to go back to the previous question real quick. Daily Noob said Crusader has super low gravity, doesn't it? Can't there be loading hub for massive ships like the Whole Sea? So that planet would be the exception, not the rule. And I actually do think like Whole Seas and Ds and Javelins should be able to go down to Crusader because of its gravity. And I think again what you're seeing there is specialized planets that have exceptions. That's how you create. You have creativity and depth. But, look at this uniqueness of this planet. And I think that will be a thing. I really do.
Yeah.
That, and it goes the other way too. Like we've said before, like you might go to a special nebula and you need to put a special shield module in because otherwise it eats the whole of your ship.
Yeah. I would fully expect that that Crusaders has a loading hub or something to handle the Hull C, D, and E, because the whole purpose of Crusader as a navy yard was to build capital ships.
Yeah.
That's why Crusader bought the planet as well, because they could build their big capital ships and save on costs. They didn't have to build them in space. So 100%, I would expect that to be the case. And I wouldn't be surprised if CIG have already got that earmarked as something they're doing. But yeah. 11th says, I'm looking into picking up a Polaris. Good choice. Do you have any recommended CCUs? I have a Vulture at its concept price and a Hull C.
I think it would be at Invictus, and we don't know the CCUs in advance, but you'd try and use the CCUs you got there, and if you can hold out a couple of sales, you can probably chain a few of them together and get it a lot cheaper.
The key thing you want to do at Invictus is get a CCU to the Polaris from whatever is closest.
Yeah. So I think at the moment it's generally a Hammerhead is what most people get. A Hammerhead because the Nautilus is the same price, but it's not out yet. So that means it's going to jump where the Hammerhead's out. So you get a Hammerhead to Polaris.
Yeah, and I think the price for that is about $25. So $25 from Hammerhead to Polaris.
Yep.
Get that, and what that will do is that locks in the Polaris price.
Actually, there's been a few times.
After that, you just fill in the.
Actually, there's been a few times where they've offered the Perseus to Polaris CCU for $25, but it saves $50. So keep an eye out for that if you can get a hold of that one.
Yeah, so keep an eye out open for any sales, but you want to make sure you get something to lock in if you're after the Polaris, lock in it. And this goes for any ship you're after.
Mm.
Lock in when it's on sale, lock in the ship that you want.
Mm.
So you get that. So you've locked in that price, and then just fill in the upper CCUs as you go, and it's just and if you take a couple of years, you might get it really cheap.
Yeah, so Grim's just made the comment, I'm so excited for the whole C Prime because I want it to break the economy so that they can get the future economy planned. That's what I was trying to talk about between stations, though. I don't think there's going to be this massive boom to the economy that people think. I think like a lot of the smallest places are still going to have this because they're designed for A's and B's essentially, and then as you go up to stations, they're designed for the C's, and then the real big massive economy is designed for ships that are going between multiple systems. So the scale of where you travel is dictating how much it is. So it basically means you can't take a whole E or a D and go down to reclamation place on Hurston and grab everything because they just don't have the cargo there for you, right? But when you're on a space station, because they're being fed by that entire planet essentially, it multiplies it. So I actually think you are going to get quite a realistic economy because it happens in the same world. Like you can go to a seaport and get shitloads of cargo, but you can't go down to a fishing village and fill up on all the fish because there's just not enough there. It's literal real world, you know. So I think only certain places are going to have bigger things, like so your capital city. So like on Hurston would be Lawville would probably have a lot, but you can't get a whole C or D or E down there. So then again, that becomes the domain of the B, right? And that's why there's an A and a B. And then the A is for more the singular small outposts. You scale your ship for your cargo, literally. Yeah,
and that is, I think that's what we were just saying anyway.
Yeah, I'm just reiterating because I think some people missed that. Sorry. You and me, you and me, Algared, we get it because we've talked about it so much, but I think we didn't very nut that right down to the particular. And when you actually think it through, it makes so much logical sense. So it's only those bigger locations that are really going to get that boon of extra cargo. So they've really only got to dial up the cargo for capital cities and the stations. That's it. It's not going to be everywhere like what people think. Yeah,
100%. You know, so that's the exciting. That, as I said, that's exciting. It shows that development. It shows the gates. I actually think they've actually planned it out. They actually know what they want to do. It's not a matter of we're not sure what we're going to do. They know what they're going to do. It's just either getting the back end to work so that it does it, or having the or being at a point where they're ready to go forward.
So there's a question.
No doubt they're ready.
Sorry, there's a question here from a first-time chatter called Jar Jar Jabberoni. Oh my god, how the hell did he come up with that name? Must be on drugs. I'm hoping that the Sulian is a medium, small industrial ship. I heard the name translates to fly without worry. What do you think? It is.
Watch our last episode.
Yeah, it is technically, the manufacturer is technically an industrial cargo manufacturer. But I actually think Algared was the closest thing that I can give it. And that when Algared said it, that is a smuggling ship, that I think is probably the best one. You said smuggling, did you not? I swear you
I said refueling.
Oh, no, you
said
you said refueling. Was it me that said smuggling then? Oh, fuck, I can't remember.
You said smuggling.
So whole 2 days ago.
But
a whole week ago. But long story short, the refueling and we know Pyro's around the corner, so refueling works, and we don't have a very small single seat smuggling ship. Like our price wise smallest is the Taurus, so there is definitely room for a dedicated small smuggling ship. So that's probably what you're looking at, because again, it translated to fly without issue. So Raelian was to Rail Ray and Len is without issue, and Rail was carry. Ray means carry, so it was carry without issue, and Suli Len or Suli N was fly is Suli, so Suli means fly without issue. Yeah,
and the other thing is that
go ahead.
Sorry, the other thing is that it comes from Getak, which is an industrial. Their focus is industry, but what does industry mean for the Xeon? And it's broad.
Well, they're very, but they do tend to pick especially for the alien ones. They seem to pick the names that fit to what it does a little bit. And so my first instinct and Algared's first instinct was a racing ship because it's, you know, to fly without issue. But now we've thought it through because of attack. We had to come through like, well, to fly without an issue, what are you doing? And you started like that instantly rules out a lot of well, it can't be combat because of attack because it would be a polar. You kind of go through and again, they can always break their own law. We've seen them do it before, but again, based on that, it seems to fall into that cargo industry. And if you're delivering, as in flying without issue, it goes to smuggling / delivering fuel. You know, giving people, you know, it could be a repair ship, Algared, actually, literally, couldn't it?
Yeah.
To repair you, so you're flying without issue. We'll fix you up, and you can go off on your way and fly. It literally could be either of those, right? So, it really comes down to how they've perceived it.
Yeah, but that's what I meant in terms of it's Gatak and its industry. But what do we mean by industry? That broad on their industry thing. Like Beryllian is a Gatak ship.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you, Algared. When I think about it, for Pyro, like bringing Pyro into the equation, the repair and the refuel, they instantly become the top contenders because of Pyro.
Yeah,
and I now push the smuggling thing to the back because man, I wish we'd put that in the episode now. But yeah, no, 100%. Yeah. Well, it's how things change though. Like as you work things through, don't they? They always change.
Yeah.
And that little bit of information that you've dropped there has just caused me to think outside the box again. How small little things can change how your perspective is. Sorry.
If you haven't watched the episode of what ships are coming for IAE, go watch it because we do talk about the Sulian and the Fury and the Mirai and the other ships. So yeah.
Chief God Brox, we are not doing a giveaway like that at the moment, mate. So actually, Algared, we're coming up to that. We'll do the next one now. Algared.
We'll do the third.
We're up to the third one. All right, so what we're doing is we've been showing some kind of sci-fi nerdy culture thing, right? I'll show the first one, the one that we showed first, because I know yours has been harder to show. But I showed this. This is the first one we showed. And what it was is it's Castle Grayskull from Master of the Universe. So you got to tell me what it is and where it's from, right? And if you can do both, you instantly win. But if you tell me the first one and no one else gets the other one, you win that as well. So the more detail, the better. So this represents Castle Grayskull from Master of the Universe. And a lot of people said He-Man, but it's not He-Man, it's Master of the Universe, the technical name. He-Man was the person, the main character.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm about to show you another one, and it's the first person to do all that. And Algared did, well, someone probably just guessed what that was. If you were good enough, you could have guessed it from what you just saw there. Anyway, so Algared did
I did a patch from Firefly, so the Independence or the Browncoats patch.
You can show it again if you want, Algared, but his green screen kills it.
Because it's green, it's kind of... So it's a green triangle.
There's a little bit of green on this guy. We'll see. So this one, I'll give you guys a tip for this one. It is a video game that I'm looking for this one, not a TV show or a movie. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Who's this? And what is he from? And he's from 2 games, so you can pick one. Hey, Ares Wolf got that straight away. Fuck, that was quick. Did you see that in the picture? Did you know what it was that just from that? Because that would be enough for most people. That little hook thing.
And he goes on and says, "Here's the storm." I love the game.
Yep. Hey, Hots was enough for me. I knew what he meant from that. So Ares Wolf is our final one.
Yep.
All right. So I will copy that. And
then in the next
one,
get you to pick.
The next one, we're going to do one more. I'm going to have to go find another one now, Algared, or you're going to have to go find another one.
I can find another one. I got one.
All
I can dig it up. I'll be back in a tick.
All right.
I'll get it ready.
What I'm going to do, Algared, is I'm going to have to turn the camera off, and I'm going to have to double check it. You know that, right?
Yeah. This one might need a green screen.
Okay, cool. All right. And
back shortly.
Yeah, no worries. And he was on Twitch. All right, YouTube. Twitch has got your beat. Come on. It's 2 to Twitch. You should be flooring them. They're way... Maybe the lag is less on Twitch. I never thought of that. Maybe that's why it is. No, it could be the delay. It really could be the delay. I didn't even think of that. All right, well, if that happens again, then we might have to...
There you go.
Again.
That's what it is.
Well, you just showed everyone. You just showed everyone.
Use the plug back in.
Algared, you dum-dum. You are so dumb.
What?
You just showed everyone.
Yeah, but it's just a screwed up ball.
I know what it is, and if I know what it is, I know that other people know what that is. Okay, right. I know what that is. I know exactly what that is. Anyway,
well, there you go.
All right.
Yeah, they do. Gotta pick a new one. Man, you guys. You couldn't get the first one. Get the second one like that.
I've got something I can show, so don't worry about it. And I know that one people will know. So yeah. Actually, Algared, I'll show you both of them and let you pick one. What I'll do is I'll go get one of my Lego. We can do that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And I've got what?
Yeah, if I could
10 of
find
those.
I'd do my Lego, but I couldn't find it.
Yeah. Yeah. What's
but I will say Tentacle Love.
So
it's not a scarf. I'll say that much.
No, so might as well tell them now you've shown it because someone guessed what it was anyway. Yeah. So tell them what it was.
Someone did.
Yeah.
It's Jane's hat from Firefly.
Yeah.
Because I'm a full-on nerd.
Algared, you need to wear that for an entire episode one time. Like someone gives you a big donation, you gotta wear that for the entire episode. I think it'll be hilarious. Anyway. All right. Yeah, and we'll give it to chat. Give the money to charity or something.
Unfortunately, Andrew, I don't have a Doctor Who scarf. Not the style that's really needed. I don't even have a fez. Although I do have bow tie, because bow ties are cool.
Yeah. So in about in the next hour, we will then get Kilrath Skalangzane. That named it. I'm just gonna call him Lagzane.
Yeah.
Sklar Lagzane. That just not roll off my tongue. I just call him Lag. I don't know what to call him. Anyway, I can't pronounce your name, sorry, man. And then Everchris Wolf. You three are the only ones that compete in the next round. And I will go grab something and we will do that.
And that will determine who picks the
first window.
The window.
Yep. And you are guaranteed to win a prize. There are 3 lower tier prizes, and I think they're worth about what, $25 each in that vicinity. And then or $30 each or something like that. I'd have to go double check. And then there is a Not-A-Tuna in there, so a 400i. Which I think that is like $230 value or something like that. I'd have to go double check that pricing. And then the one we're going to add next week is an Ares Inferno, and I think that's like $250. So the price is actually going up next week. So yeah. But I don't know if we've got enough things to keep this up, Algared, showing different like 3 an episode for like 5 weeks. But I'm sure I'm sure we can figure it out. Yeah.
Given that we found 4 within on the day without really thinking, I think we can do it.
So these are the windows, by the way. So the winner will pick a window, and underneath one of those windows there is a picture that represents the prize. So they will simply pick a window. And this actually comes from a TV show that, if you're an Australian, this comes from Play School, which is like a child. You guys have Sesame Street. We have Sesame Street and Play School here in Australia.
And years ago, we used to have Romper Room as well, which was,
Yep, we'll do Lemming. Thank you. No, I've changed it, Lemming. I apologize. That is our backup plan. I have changed it because I just thought of this. Lemming, I'm a hard man to follow. You should have figured this out by now. I fly by the seat of my pants. Right, so I've changed it. I just made it something a bit more personal. I thought it was a bit cooler, and so originally we were going to do it so you just enter the draw, and then we basically draw it out of the drawer. And now I've changed it so it's more interactive, because then we can do little bits all the way along, and so basically there's little bits all the way through the episode. So you've got multiple ways to get in. Yeah, sorry for that, Lemming. I did not inform you. That is entirely on me. Apologies, mate. So yeah.
Yes, Dan Groper, we did take the windows from Play School. That is exactly where we took them.
That's exactly where they took from. The only thing is I made up these bottom 2. So triangle window, and I made do you know where this window's from, Algared? It's a TIE Fighter window. It's a TIE Fighter window.
I know that.
Yeah, but in Play School, they only have the square, the circle, and they have an arch window, which is what Algared told me to change this to. But then I figured out during the week, I could actually make it a TIE Fighter window. So I made it a TIE Fighter window instead. And this, I think, is a little bit Zelda's TriStar, though, yeah. Maybe if I was going to change any, it would be this to an arch. Maybe I'll do that
No,
next week.
change that one to a patch.
Well, yeah, if I turn it upside down, yeah.
No, change it to the patch.
All we can see, Algared, is a little blue star.
Put a stone. Yeah, I know. change it with a star, but yeah.
But you can see now why I had to get the camera, because if every time I showed anything green, like even like to give an example, this is Pico, right? If I show Pico to you guys,
yeah,
he just goes to shit. But I put Pico over here,
and he's fine.
What did you say about me?
I think even Philly goes, he goes a bit with see-through as well. So.
He does. He really does. So yeah. So it just allows us to show some stuff on, and that'll also be cat cam from now on. So when the cats turn up, I can, put that out for you guys to see them. But they're not always here. They live their own lives.
Which is not necessarily bad.
No. All right. Questions, Algared, please.
Yep. So Flagzane has another question. With the start of large-scale hauling on the horizon, hello, Hull C, how would you see it being made to keep the gameplay interesting and yet profitable? I think we've answered that question. I think we've talked about how it'll work.
Sorry, I'm replying to messages. I'm very bad. Can you please read that again? Sorry, Algared. Apologies. I just got messages. I just realized I had like 10 messages. I was like, oh shit. What was
There's another question related to the Hull C. With large scale hauling on the scene, hello, Hull C, how do we see them changing gameplay? And I think we kind of discussed that.
Yeah, we did. We did.
Okay.
OP Focus, thank you for the subscription with Prime. Appreciate it very much.
The Pilot has a question. The Pilot says, do you think the Reliant series will get a tractor beam ball mount with the usefulness of tractor beams in two-person Reliant crew to do some real work? I think one of them does have a utility mount. So if there's any utility mounts on a Reliant, then they automatically have that ability to have a tractor beam.
I think you can put one on the turret, can't you, from memory?
Yeah. I think the turret on everything. I think most have a utility mount on that turret as opposed to weapons. I think the combat variant has weapons on it instead.
Yeah, and the combat variant gets 2, so it's got more guns. Yeah.
And it's a long time since I've looked at them. I think the last time I really looked at them was when we did our view of the ships and walked around them and stuff, and that's a long time ago.
It really has been a ship that has been left to languish quite a bit, because it's just got, it's not one that we can ever recommend because it's just too big, and they need to give it some, like, once armor and stuff comes in and stuff like that, then it'll show its strength, right?
Yep.
Because you're obviously getting this way bigger ship, but it's acting like a smaller ship. So it's like, well, what are the advantages and disadvantages? But like, if it's a giant flying wing, does it fly better in atmosphere? Does it, does it maneuver differently? Does it, you've got to give it a plus and a minus, and obviously it's got a giant minus right now, but we can't see that plus, and that's why some of the ships look bad. On paper at the moment they look bad, but again, it's like the Hornet doesn't look that great at the moment because it doesn't have the armor. But when that armor comes back in, oh boy, that's going to pop up a bit, isn't it? So it's just being able to have the foresight to see that stuff, and some of the ships are a bit hard to see the foresight for because they haven't given us all the information. That's one of them.
But if you check the utility of lies, if you check the matrix of lies and see if it does have a utility mount, if it's got a utility mount, it will be able to take a tractor beam even now. But I expect we'll see when we see a rework, it'll be polished nice and have a lot more use for two-person gameplay as well. So yeah. Monster AV. Opinions on manually guided controlled artillery rounds until we actually get some type of grid or laser guidance designator to direct fire, or just hold it back for a map rework. Yes, I could do either.
Yeah,
So-
I've thought about this quite a bit. I actually think if I was going to do it right, I would use the holo viewer that is on your ship essentially, and basically you could. It kind of needs that
Yep.
tech, doesn't it? And if that tech's not in, you
Yep.
can't add artillery very well. But basically, essentially, you'd be able to see the buildings in front of you. You'd be able to see the vehicles moving, and it would literally just be a giant crosshair. And it's like you move the angle of the artillery piece, and it literally just moves the distance
Yep.
on and you rotate it left and right. You can see it all kind of makes itself.
Yeah.
And the guy, that actually gives something for the driver to do. You'd have to go, all right, up a bit, down a bit, back a bit. So he's commanding where you're, you know, essentially the guy with the goggles going, all right, nose up, whatever. And then the guy that is loading the shells and firing. That's his main job. Yeah, forward observer. Yeah, I don't know the technical term, sorry, but yeah.
I could see, you know, them possibly even having a forward observer character being used. You know, you need someone to spot your target for you, and once they've spotted it, fake up. You know, but like I said at the beginning, I think it's too early. I think they do need something else for it. I'd love to see it. I think it's something that will be really good for combined arms gameplay and to make it more the type of thing that will pull more people in. But I don't think we're quite there yet.
All right, Algared, I'm just reading in chat. They're saying that there's like a 20-second delay on YouTube and a much shorter delay on Twitch, so Twitch has the advantage. So I think maybe next week we can't do this. So we'll do it this week, but maybe we'll go back to the traditional method of doing a draw next week, because I don't want to give an advantage to one over the other. But if you think about it, if Twitch is going to win this week, that's probably the worst time for them to win, because they've got the highest chance of losing right now. They've only got 1 in 4 chance of picking the Fortuna. So, yeah. And they don't know which window it's under. And I'm going to move it every week. So I've laid them out, and I know where they are. But I don't, Algared, you don't even know where they are, do you? I've just realized I haven't shown you. So I'm the only one that knows where what is where. And that is that. And I'm not telling you.
I think originally you showed me where they were, but that doesn't mean they've remained
where
they were.
Algared, because no one's watching.
And I don't.
I'll tell you, it's right here. There you go. You know where...
I knew it was there. I was right. It was there. You evil person.
You thought, you idiot, you're gonna tell me where it is. No, I'm not gonna do that. Anyway. All right. First time chatter, kidding man. Nice to see you, man. All right, next question, please, Mr. Algared.
Voodoo Child has a question. With potential space races being introduced this year, is there open performance niches that need to be filled? I think we've already got space races in the game, so I'm not sure they're being added.
With potential space races being introduced this year, is there open performance niches that need to be filled? I think with any profession, there's still niches that can be filled. Like if you look at the Herald versus any of the other, like the Herald is really fast in a straight line. It's a dragster, you know. So you got a drag versus a rally car, you know, versus a traditional road car. There are differences, and you know, if you can take one and it goes between all three, awesome. But then there'll be one that's like the Herald will probably only be good at dragging. You know what I mean? So you want those natural overlaps and stuff like that. So I do think that will be a thing down the line. And that's why I lean into racing quite a bit when I was looking at the speculation this year, because I'm expecting there to be more racing ships. Or at least, if not, like for example, the Sulian that we were talking about before, if that turned out to be a smuggling ship, one of the things Algared brought up was, what if one version was a smuggling ship, an interceptor, and then a racing variant? I could literally see all those. Like they all make sense because they own such a skew of each other, you know. I can see them going back to interceptors and modifying them, you know. So you could literally take a racer and make an interceptor out of it. You could take.
That's what. You know, that's literally what happened with the M50. It was designed as an interceptor, and it became a racer.
Yep. So you could do the same thing with a Razor, then, couldn't you? And make an interceptor, you know. So that's the flexibility that they have, and I think you could essentially do that with a lot of ships, and I think they will as time goes by.
And I think it's not necessarily the Sulian that we expect to be the racing ship, but the Mirai was the one we were tossing up with that. But again, watch that episode on ships that are coming for 319.
So the first time chatter, Kidding Man is asking, what are we meant to do with the fish? So I have to keep saying this because it just shows how warped my mind is. Not-A-Tuna came from, as a giveaway concept, right? Came from the fact that Arnold Schwarzenegger says Not-A-Tuna, and then there is a 400 eye skin called the Fortuna skin. And I'm like, that is not a tuna. and then it got associated with it's not a tumor, and so now it's not a tuna. It's just weird. My brain works in really weird ways, and I've just dragged Algared kicking and screaming with the whole concept.
There was not much kicking and screaming, to be honest.
I just found it funny. Yeah, I found it funny.
I got the humor. I got the humor.
And then we wanted to do a kind of different giveaway, so we somehow pulled in Play School. So it's just this real weird bastardized thing that's just gone off the rails.
We wanted to do something. Yeah, we wanted to do something other than just going put your name in.
Yeah. So we've created our own little. We need a Not-A-Tuna command. Yeah, please, Lemming, go ahead. Not-A-Tuna command on both YouTube and Twitch would be great. I appreciate that. And then we could just say do a Not-A-Tuna command. Yeah, I get that. So yeah, and then basically what we're doing at the moment is we show a random item like this. So I showed this earlier, and what I would say is tell me what it's for. Or tell me what it is and what it's from. And so the answer to this is represents Castle Grayskull, and it's from Masters of the Universe. And the first person that gave it, if only someone said Castle Grayskull, they would win. But if you give us both pieces of information, and someone did, they were the first of 3. We're now at 3 people. So those 3 people are the only people that can win this week. I'm going to do one more item that we haven't determined yet, because
those 3 people will.
Go ahead. Those 3 people will.
Those 3 people will be the people who go into that, and the winner of that chooses one of the windows to look through this week, and we see what's behind the window. Yeah, and
so behind the window this week, we have one of them has a 400i for tuna that you get. That's worth, what, 220, 230, depending on the price of the skin. And then another one of these 4 has, the other 3 are $25 to $30 sub flares that had all the skins. So the Hurston one, the Microtech one, and the Crusader one. And I think there's 4 skins in each pack, and they're color themed to each planet. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. Yeah, so just something a little different, Getting Man. Yeah, rather than just.
Question, since Z-Pilot says, Z-Pilot in YouTube says that's a dice tower. So from the game that it's from, it is actually the dice tower, isn't it?
It is the dice tower. So this is from, just to show how nerdy I am, right? This is from Mr. Piggle sent me this, right? But they only sold Masters of the Universe Fields of Eternia in Europe, right? So I had no way of getting in Australia. So I sent Piggles the money, and he brought it and posted it to me. And it cost me a lot more to get it that way, but I was able to get it, right? And this is the dice tower that everyone got for just backing.
Kickstarter.
No, Game Found, which is Kickstarter-ish. Yeah. So and it's quite chunky, and it is a dice tower. You put the dice in there, and don't use small dice on it the way I got it. Throws them across the room. If they need to be slightly heavy enough that the drawbridge catches them. But like a guy put in like 50 small ones, and they just flew across. He was playing 52 pickup. So yeah,
the dice tower attacks you. You know,
I might have to send this up to Algared and get you to paint it for me. What do you reckon? Would you like to paint that?
Yeah, it'd be easy.
Yeah, it needs filler. They were telling me though. I don't know if you can see it. There are some. No, it's not going to come through on camera. Wait, let me find one. There are some like little cracks in it because it's just. Yeah, you can't.
The
see
harder bit would be working out the colours to do the grouse rocks plus the brickwork.
Yeah, and there's just like random rocks that just jut out of nowhere. I honestly thought that was a cloud for a minute, but it's not. So yeah. Anyway, going off tangent again. We do this really badly.
Hey,
and that's how you end up with Not-A-Tuna, because I just got too much time on my hands. Anyway,
as we go all over the shop. But I like we've talked about why we seem to do get the viewers we do get, and we've speculated it is that conversational radio show style that.
Yeah.
The nerdy humor, the jokes that go back and forth, the frustration we both show at times. It's that human.
I think we've heard this a lot too, is that we are just like one of you guys, and that is true. Though we are just another. We're no one special. We're just like you guys, but we're just really passionate about the game, just like most of you are. So yeah.
Yeah.
All right, first time. There's a first time chatter on Twitch. I don't know. I'm a sucker for first time chatter. He's got a question, so I'm going to cut him to straight of the line, but we can cut this one off the bottom, Algared. How much demand do you think there will be for merc orgs with ace pilots to do security industrial orgs? With piracy just be more profitable? I think there'll be exactly that. There will be people that like, especially like Call of Duty players and stuff like that, that only want to play the first person shooter stuff. You know, that they will come in and that'll be their jam, and you will hire them. And go ahead.
I was going to say, and they will own the roost of that particular job. They'll just be awesome at it.
And they'll for me, Algared, like from a person that plays first person shooters, the draw card for me is like when you're playing Call of Duty over and over and over, it's just this slight progression. But actually knowing that what you're doing, if you succeed, has in-game consequences for other people, I find that so much more appealing. I find that really cool, especially if there's a tit for tat. It's like, well, I'll not only will I get paid a shit ton of money, but that means I can now go move on to this system, and my org is then able to produce this that'll help me get more guns and more gear. So it's like, you know, like not only is it helping everyone around me, but vicariously I'm also helping myself. So I just think that's really interesting, and it's going to make the game, that dynamic economy thing is going to be so deep. And I actually think like they'll enter like a Call of Duty player, but I think they'll get sucked into other parts of the game. And I am so excited to see how that's going to pan out.
Yep. PlanetSide 2 very much like that.
Yeah.
But then, I know one of my nephews was very heavy into PlanetSide 2, and he was looking forward to.
And that's just that's just that part though, Algared. And then you're sucking them into all the other parts of the game. That's the scary thing, like, because it's all connected. That's what just makes this game so awesome. It just dials it up to 11.
I can remember playing what's the game? A Starfleet Battles version, so Star Trek ship control version. I had a dynamic universe where when you went in, you'd actually fight the combats, and you'd actually expand your realm's territory. It's a bit like Heroes and Generals, where you literally do World War II, and you expand the territory depending on how your battle goes. And it sucks you in. It's fantastic. I love that type of stuff. So yeah. Anyway, back to questions. Ultimate Virtue has a question. Why does Paul hate Redeemer? It's the law.
It's the law. And by vicariously, I think he's starting to hate Crusader for the same reasons.
Yep.
And it's one of those things, like it's just a banter thing too. I think like he doesn't hate it as much as he really makes out, but it's just funny to have people kind of shit on you. It's how we give each other shit.
I have a feeling that he does dislike it, because he does have the Redeemer that CIG have given him, and he has said numerous times, CIG, you can check, I have never taken it out.
Yeah, because like I really hate the Javelin. I'm just waiting for them to give me one for free. No. You know what I mean? Like, you could do that, but
I think there's only one ship I've really hated, and it was a Steel.
Yeah, that is definitely up there for me.
And for me, it's because,
but it's not
because it's a Drake ship. It's the fact that Drake ships are already overgunned when they put them in, and then they took the ship, gutted the cargo out, put seats in it, and then upgunned it even more. To me, it's.
I'm going to be honest with you, Algared. I don't think it's the ship that you hate, because I know you as well as I know myself, right? And I think it's the same thing where people misinterpret what I say about Origin, right? I don't hate Origin either. I want more for them, and I think it's the same thing with the Steel. I don't think the Steel is a bad ship. I just think it's way overpriced for what it is, and I think you're in the same boat there.
I think it's way overpriced, but I think the Steel. My frustration with the Steel is Drake ships are always overgunned. So the Cutlass is already an overgunned ship, and they made a variant of a Cutlass that was even more overgunned, ripped up the cargo, and put seats in it. And to me, it's just it just
it wouldn't be that, and it tends to be a weaker armored ship, so you wouldn't really want a ship that's firing at that close range. Yeah, we did talk about this. It is, but again, I gave you the reasons why they did that, though. I think that was clearly designed for the theaters of war. Yeah,
100%. 100% theaters war type ship.
Yeah, so the short version to explain that is they need a ship to take you from the ground to the station, but they don't want you to stay on the ship. They want you to get off it. So basically, if they give you a weaker ship, you've got to get off it fairly quickly. Yeah, so it's basically fly up, land, get off, do what you need to do, because you don't want to stay on the ship because it's going to explode. So it does make it a bad ship for every other circumstance except that. Yeah.
Well, how is it today? Daily Noob, how is it a Drake thing to do?
Yeah,
ripping up the cargo and putting seats in. Yeah, I could see Drake doing that because that's Drake. But if you've already upgunned the ship as much as you can, because that's what Drake do, adding more guns to an already upgunned ship doesn't make sense.
It's diminishing returns. So you want a cheap dropship, and you're essentially made it a very expensive dropship. You wouldn't do that. You'd get a whole new ship.
Yeah.
It's like taking a Honda Civic and going, yeah, I'm going to put the most expensive tires, the most expensive, like upgrade the shit out of it. Or wouldn't you just get a better car to start with?
Yeah.
You know, it's the same analogy. Yeah.
But yeah, so.
Oh, thank you, Lemming.
I struggle with that one.
Yeah.
I struggle with it. I struggle with the steel. Like the other one we dislike is you and I have both said we dislike is the Nomad.
Yeah.
And the Nomad's a good ship. I just don't like it.
Yep. No, it's exactly the same thing. Like, I think, like, we do spell all this out in detail, but people seem to hear what they want to hear. You know, like, it's like almost the finger in the ears analogy. Yeah, I'm not listening. I can't do it because I've got headphones on. But, yeah, just, to me, it's a little, like, they hear the word hate, but I don't think I've ever said the word hate about Origin, except I'm saying I don't hate Origin. You know, I just kind of want more for it.
All right. Animus in Twitch, you are wrong. But Drake ships used to be utilitarian ships with heavy armor. They've never had heavy armor. Ever.
Yeah, never. Actually, the only ship that breaks that, and you brought it up several times, is the Cutter.
Yeah.
It's the exception, not the rule. And I think that's because it's a starter ship. You know?
Yep. And it's the most undraked Drake ship ever.
Yep.
Because it's heavy armored and it's got low weapons, whereas every other one's got lots of weapons. And they've always said, and even you look at any design doc, paper thin armor for its class. They've never had armor.
I also think we're going to see a slight skew to that as more Drake industry ships come online, because the other one that breaks that mold a bit is the Vulture. The Vulture doesn't have the overgunness, but it does have that industrial feel. So I think it's got more armor than most Drake ships. Again, tailoring it to what you actually need, and then using lore to explain it.
Yeah. And I wouldn't be surprised, you know, and they could even still say it's got less armor than other ships of its class. It's got less armor than other industrial ships, but it's going to be heavy armored compared to the other stuff. But I would agree with you. I fully expect the Vulture to be heavy armored compared to most ships because it is industry. So it's got to be able to take a bump.
So Amalus was saying, wait, I'm trying to read that again. He says Drake ships used to be utilitarian and heavy armored and fast acceleration, but then they started the Drake is cheap narrative. Well, again, that's that I don't know if that's true, right? I don't know because I don't follow the law like Algared. But again, writers do things like that. They go, oh, it used to be this way, and they changed to be this way, and that's why they're using things like what they did with Crusader. You know, they had to move and morph the lore to fit their narrative. It just shows you that game design has to come over story. Story is just a filler slash. It does lead things, but story, like when you design games, you make the game, then you go back and write a story to fit it. You don't make a story and then go build a game around it. It doesn't tend to work that way. It's the same thing with the whole realism versus fun argument. Realism always takes a backseat to fun because we are playing a game at the end of the day. But realism does heighten it though, doesn't it, Algared? Just like story does.
Yeah, they've always said that they you know, like CIG actually come back with Drake and say, look, Drake, because people had always say, oh, Drake have no armor. They always said Drake have paper thin armor. They never said they have no armor. But Drake ships have always had some armor. It was just paper thin compared to its competitors. The Corsair has armor, but it's paper thin compared to the Connie and its competitors. It's not, you know, and
just to take that example you've got there, Algared, they could do a ship, for example, say the Drake made a ship like the Legionnaire, right?
Yep.
You could see a ship where instead of it having all the armor all around it, it's just at the front and it's completely bare bones at the back. I could see Drake doing that, right? So it's like, well, we can't afford to put armor everywhere, so we're just going to put it on the front.
We're just going to put it where it
just
counts.
Where it counts.
And the utilitarian aspect of them is the fact that we don't need it. We don't need escape pods, so we're not putting them in. So they were literally bare bones in terms of spaceships, as opposed to utilitarian as being salvage ships or repair ships or that side. So, you know, when you usually think utilitarian in Star Citizen, you're thinking the MPUV, you're thinking those types of ships. Drake were never that. I think they should have been because they're salvage.
Algared, can you read what Shady Face says there in the mention in Twitch? Can you read that, or do you want me to read it for you if you can't see it?
Shady Face says, take the cutty steel and remove the door guns, the rear turret, and replace the side and rear door with the doors from a cutty blue, red, and you've got a budget people mover. Yes, you would.
So what he's saying though is just add the seats to the Cutlass Black, and you've got... Like, he's gone the wrong way about it. That's the whole thing. Like, you've had to take all this shit off and strip it back essentially to a Cutlass Black. But really, that's what isn't it? Just adding the seats to the Cutlass Black, and you've got the steel. That's half the and the steel costs literally half the price of the black costs half the price of the steel. That's half the problem. The main function of that ship is a bunch of seats. You don't need all the guns and components and extra bells and whistles. That's what me and Algared essentially been saying. Just you've got in a different thought process there, Shady Phase. That's all good. It's just funny how people look at it from different perspectives. That's what I'm bringing up there, because it is a very different perspective thing. So yeah. All right. Next question, Algared. Sorry to distract you there.
Yep. So yeah. So Paul hates the Redeemer because of the law. Basically, that's basically his thing. So question: who actually uses PTV tracks or PVT tracks? So who uses the little people mover tracks?
Do you know I haven't been on one yet? I haven't gone out, I haven't gone down Horizon to do that. And Horizon at the moment is my home spawn. I just have every time I go there's no one there. So I just haven't bothered.
I haven't. I do know that my org has done race days down there. They've done a Friday night games where they've just gone, hey, let's go down to the track and race and have fun.
Yeah. It's the same thing with the other missions, wasn't it? You know, was those missions they talked about where you turn up and you had 15 minutes to wait, and then everyone that turned up would then be put into a race, and no one ever used them because nobody wanted to wait for 15 minutes for other people to turn up.
And well, people didn't even like those flare races. I don't think they were very popular because of the way they popped up. The terrain just mucked you up as well. So it was a bit. Those races were a bit dodgy. But I think those PVT races are a bit different in terms of the way they are, and it's things people will do for fun.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, scramble races. No one really liked them.
I still come back to that idea you and I were talking about, but wouldn't it be cool if there was a ship that could just basically drop gates out the back and you could build your own little racetracks wherever you want? And even if it was as simple as like you got to drop out 10 gates, you know, and the first one and the last one at the finish line.
Yep. I would love the ability to have to drop holographic race gates or race points. That'd be so awesome.
Yeah. It's pretty simple to do because once you've got the gate, it's literally just needs a deploy animation. So and it's just press a button. You could literally use the same system as the flare system to do it. So, you know, and you just bind it to a different key.
And Daily Noob, in answer to that question, says we've done race days on stream, but they break too easily. So the vehicles do tend to break. The track itself breaks, the PTVs. So there are issues with them at the moment, but they'll work it out. They'll fix it. It's a bit like I think the tracks that the PTVs have got that problem like the ships used to have, where they used to suddenly explode, and it was it was caused by your gun knocking into the ship when you were jostled as you're flying the ship, and every time you jostled, your gun hit the side of the ship and 1 point of damage, 1 point of damage, 1 point of damage, and eventually you took enough damage to blow up. And I think the tracks did the same type of things to the little PTVs or little people vehicles. So yeah, but yeah, Ultimate Virtue has another question. Do you all think that the CI? Whenever people say "do you all think," I always feel like slipping into a very poor American Southern accent. Do you think that CIG will rework the Rock DS one day?
We've talked about this a few times. It definitely needs something to set it apart from the Rock, doesn't it? We've theorized quite a bit that it's a single player version of the Rock that was designed, you know, either you drive it and an NPC mines, or you're on rails essentially and the NPC drives and you mine. That seems to be what it's been designed for. For a little bit of thing to break up the monotony in Squadron 42, but they just didn't want to give you the freedom to be able to go everywhere, or be able to do everything, you know. So that's clearly what it's
Yeah.
for. But honestly, I don't think that they should have sold it. I think it was a bit of a
No,
mistake.
I saw a meme on Paul's channel, and it was a cat picture of a Rock DS and a cat, and the cat was screaming at the Rock DS, "Why do you exist?" And I just thought, yep. I don't know whether it was Paul's meme or one that he was posted on his channel, and he just went, "Yep." But I loved it. I thought it was humorous. Americans have accents. They do. Someone in YouTube was saying that they don't have accents, but they do.
Everyone's
Just
got
like
an accent.
Australians have accents.
Everyone's got an accent. It's your matter of
Man, you go to
perspective.
England, even I can remember my parents and my aunt talking about my uncle. When they first met him, they couldn't understand him, and he was speaking with a London accent because he was doing rhyming slang, and they just couldn't, you know.
Americans seem to have a bit more of a higher pitch, and they talk a bit quicker than most, generally. Like, if you generalize it, would you say that? You know, they kind of like talk up. It's kind of like more high chest, you know, yeah. I don't know
It depends on the region.
Yeah,
Well,
and then you go to London,
some-
it becomes more nasally. You know, like almost like they talk through their nose. And I'm being very general here when I say this stuff.
But then you know, like I would have said that for Australia, because if you want to do an Australian accent, you kind of block your nose, and then you got that Janie Little type voice.
Yeah,
You know, like,
and you drop it down,
you know.
where American is more up. We're down. So we're kind of like we're like the opposite of Americans, is in low, but then we're also nasally like the British. So we've got a bit of both. So yeah. Absolutely.
So that was so almond butter. That was a pretty good accent. You mean the Jeannie Little version, the Australian one, or?
Yeah.
But yeah.
I need to blow my nose.
So Ultimate Virtue has a question / idea. He says, "Do you think we can get a Jared bobblehead because he wiggles his head a lot?"
Get it,
And
whatever you want to make a 3D print and make one yourself. You know.
And I chuckled when I saw it, when I saw the question.
He's fun slapping him in the face, watching his head bobble. I can tell you that much.
He does bobble his head a lot, and yes, I find I do it a lot as well. But and I think most people probably do it when they're talking. Yeah. Anyway, so
yeah, I'm really cautious of it. I've just noticed I've been doing, so I'll just not do it. Yeah. Okay.
We'll just try and sit dead straight and not move our head, so we're not bobble heading.
True.
Schlagsan says, just Schlag. I'm going to go Schlag from now on. Schlag says, if Anvil and Aegis had entries into the Freelancer Cutlass Spirit category, what would the specific styles and differences in that medium utility ship category be, in your opinion?
So
that's a loaded question.
So beyond exploration, they really just do exploration military, don't they? There's no...
Yeah, well, Aegis I don't think do any exploration.
If they had a ship in that category, it'd definitely be more niche. It'd definitely be more explorer based, and we've also got the Freelancer Dur. Yeah, I just don't see them going into that size category because of that. Well, that's tough.
Yeah.
That's real tough.
Yeah, and most of those ships, if you look at the base roll for a Freelancer Cutlass and a Spirit, they're cargo ships.
Yeah.
And Aegis and Anvil are...
I would also argue that the Terrapin might already kind of slightly be in that size class. I know it's slightly smaller, but it's... Yeah, it's a very similar size. I would argue.
It certainly is a utility ship. In terms of having that utility mount for the radars or other things. So, and in lore, it certainly has a whole pile of variants, from dropship to, you know, search and rescue and stuff. So, but yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah, well, I think anytime they get reactions from the community of something upcoming, the price goes up. You know, the Perseus is a really good example. The Terrapin's another good one. Anytime they see our reactions to it and it's like really exciting and there's lots of talk about it, they just put the price up because they know they can get more money for it. You know, We'll see. We'll see.
There you go. Artificial Chicken in Twitch says, my town have accents across the train tracks. So one side of the train tracks is one. Yeah, I know in Sydney they used to say that as well. If you were west of or east of Parramatta Road, you're kind of Northey and you spoke a bit more.
In certain places around the world, Algared, it's not just accents; it's literally different dialects.
Yeah, well,
like you go 2 towns over and they couldn't talk to you because they had a different dialect.
Yeah, 100%. Like I know in Indonesia, there's like 350 odd indigenous languages and cultural groups in Indonesia itself. So if you're looking for a multicultural country, Indonesia is it. But when I was staying in Indonesia one time, I was staying with a family, an Indonesian family, and the servants were talking one day, and I was trying to listen to the Indonesian language, and my host said, "Oh, they're speaking the language from their village," which was the other side of Bali. He said, "I don't understand it." So just on Bali.
Yep, and I was singing the one I was singing of was China, because I know China literally is like hundreds of them. Which kind of leads into Mandarin itself. Mandarin is like considered the most technically most complicated language in the world. You can see why though, because of all the dialects that are fed into it. You know, like look at English. We've had Latin things come in and things like that, but they've just had so many dialects that it's just fed in and made it more and more complicated.
And I think it's that the length of the age of a language, because you look at Indonesian, and I say to my students all the time, Indonesian is the easiest language that I've come across, and part of that is because when they became an independent nation after World War II, they actually picked the language and then kind of modified and picked it so that it was easiest for all the language groups to access. Salamat pagi almond butter, because it's before 11 o'clock. Depending on where you are. If it's afternoon for you, yes, salamat siang. Salamat sore after 3 p.m. Salamat malam after 6 p.m. So yeah.
Anyone else have no idea what he's saying? Okay.
Good morning, good day, good afternoon, good night. So salamat pagi, salamat siang, salamat sore, salamat malam. So, but yeah.
All right. Next question, Algared, please.
Next question, Monster AV. Your take on the talk of removing components from stores. Personally, could get restricting MilStef, but not rep.
I think it's salvage. I think it's salvage related. I think it's to promote that they want people to test more things, and they want to test component removal and stuff like that. So it's to force us to test things for them. That's all it is. I don't think that'll be permanent. I think it's just to force it.
I think that's where they're going with that as well, in terms of down the track. It's for testing purposes. If they do want to make it harder for people and they do want them in the stores, I would like to see them put the military or the stealth things behind a rep door. You know, you build a rep with a military and then they let you buy the military components. But down initially, I think it's just as you said. It's just for the testing purposes. So.
They've done it before. Look at jails, everything they've done before. Anything that sounds bad, it's usually to force a test.
Yeah.
Let's hope they just don't leave it in for 2.5 years like they did with the jails.
Yeah, because even the PU is a test universe.
That's it.
Whether we like it or not.
100%.
You know, I really dislike the naming that we've got, the Avocadi, the test universe, and then PU, because our PU is still actually a test universe. And I know they've been billing it lately as a come and play like a live server, but
yeah, I just need to change it to live and test. That's what I call it all the time. So yeah, I'm over the PU and PTU, all these acronyms. I hate acronyms. Yeah.
But even our live server is a test server, and that's the frustration, you know. And I think if we went in knowing that,
sorry, I just got.
Sorry, I got.
That's all right. I'm reading that mention in there. They added us on Twitch. I said by Carlos R. Is that R? Yeah, R72 says, I think it's permanent because it creates a market of interest for PVS support them. No, I don't think it is, because they've said that you're going to be able to insure components. Now they're saying that these certain components can't be insured. Again, I think that's for testing purposes because then when they die, you've got to get another one.
Yeah.
It's supply and demand. It's creating supply and demand. But I think it's for testing purposes. Because at the end of the day, they want insurance to work, and they don't have insurance in right now. If you think about it, it just means that you can't insure them because that's another thing they've got to make. So if they just don't make it, the only way you can get it is from. It's actually less work, not more. You run it through. So I think it's temporary. Anyway.
So Ahmed, are you trying to say this year is big? Tahu Inimagus.
I'm going to slap. I don't know who I'm going to slap first. I'm going to slap one of you, so you don't stop doing that. Because no one else here knows what you're saying. All right. Next question, please, Algared.
TF to luck, which almost sounds like a naughty word.
Stop singing, saying Klingon, and get on with the questions, please.
And he says, in-game.
Mm-hmm.
No, that was his name. TF to luck. That was the name. Sounds like a naughty word.
I honestly thought you were doing Indonesian again. No,
Indonesian? No. In-game events are generally a good thing for getting players to engage. Yes, they are.
Mm.
But are they more harm than good when folks would rather not play due to stability issues?
Mm.
Yes, they can be. And that's been in the past. That's been the problem with, I think, the free flies.
Mm.
Now the last free fly they did was fairly good. It was fairly smooth in comparison, but still a mess. But I do think in the long run they do more good than harm.
Mm.
And they also enable them to get some stress testing done. So even though they are frustrating. As both you and I have discovered with 319 in PTU.
Yep. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah. So I've been in PTU 319, or I haven't been in PTU. I was in Avocadi PTU, and it was great. 319 PTU, the test universe, the wave 1 and 2. I haven't been able to get in. I keep getting a 30k error. So, yeah, that's the life of testing.
I think I just thought of. I wanted one that I'm trying to think of. So why I've been looking around like this is I'm trying to mentally picture all the shit in my room and try and think of one that's really hard. I think I might have just thought of one. I want one that's really hard for the last one, because the only one that was hard, someone from YouTube figured it out. So if it's hard, then it's more likely more people are gonna see it before the time.
The last one is also the last three. Those three.
Yeah, I know. So we'll see. But I've also noticed this weird thing, Algared. For the first time ever, there is 73 people on YouTube and 73 people on Twitch. Ooh. So one more people go to Twitch. Twitch is now bigger than YouTube, as in number of viewers. I've never seen that before in all the time we've done this. So it's for so many people to Twitch because they're getting the footage slightly sooner. So I find that quite amusing. We can make you guys dance.
4 second. Yeah. 4 second lag time difference, and everyone goes to Twitch. There you go. Okay, Nick Schläger, or Schläger says, question. Do you believe there will be a small ship with a single shop? I would like to redeem my fleet to create my own black market. Yes, we do think that down the track. When, we can't tell you, but it's something that X and I have speculated on numerous times. So that's our thought, but we can't tell you when.
Was that in-game events? Is that the in-game events one? Oh, no question. Do you believe there'll be a small ship with a single shop? Yeah, absolutely. We talked about this just last stream, didn't we?
Yep. It's one of those things we think, but we can't tell you when. We think it makes sense, but that's all we can tell you. And CIG have not. The closest we've seen that CIG have said that was their April Fool's joke a couple of years ago, where they had the Reliant decked out as a delivery van for Big Bennies.
Well, considering we're not going to do any more of these after this week, because we realize there's a time difference, I've got one. It is exceptionally hard. Like, Like,
Okay.
like if someone gets that, I will. It's right here in front of me, right? I've got it, and if they don't get that, then I'll go out and grab one of the easier Lego ones out there. I just didn't want to go out and grab the whole freaking Lego or whatever.
Yep. Well, it needs to go up in about the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, it does. So
it's 9:03, so we've got to try and pick up our pace.
Well, do you want to do? We're gonna wrap up the show, so we'll do this one a little earlier. So how about I do it right now then? All right.
Yep.
So
this is for our 3.
Yeah. So the only 3 people that can answer this are Kelrath, Skerlangzanane. Oh God, that name. Can you sound out in chat how we're meant to say your name? Because I feel like an asshole for not being able to say your name. So can you just sound out in how you meant to say it, mate? Because it's just really. And then Evercost Wolf is the last person. So once I get your actual name, then we'll do it. So yeah, Shalanga Zanga Zonga Zunga. Can you tell us how you're meant to say your name? Lol. Okay, so he's now known as LOL. All right, cool. That's how it's meant to be said.
LOL. Okay,
right,
LOL.
LOL. Right, we're just going to say his name is LOL now. That's very simple. Why didn't you spell it that way? That would have been so much easier if you'd spelled it that way.
Absolutely.
All right, so LOL, Kelrath, and Evercuss Wolf. All right. Sholog San. No, fuck that. We're calling you LOL. That was way. He's just smashed random letters on the keyboard. Right. All right. Here we go. You ready? Here we go. This is a really hard one. I stress this is really hard. I will give you a clue though. It is a video game. All right. Here we go. And it's a character in a video game.
And I don't know.
Ridiculous. No, you won't. It's ridiculously hard. I'm now going to give you a clue. I'm going to give you the game. That should be enough for most people. A cupcake, League of Legends. It's a very specific character. I'll give you another clue. It's a she, and she's a sheriff. That'd be enough to Google. So now they're Googling.
Yep.
Yeah, one person's got it, but you're not meant to be saying it because they've got to say it. So someone said it.
Yep.
All right. So someone said it. It is Caitlin. Is who it is, right? So I'm gonna have to go get one of the Legos now. You're not meant to say it, guys, because they've got to guess it, not you. All right, I'll be right back. Yep. Oh, what am I gonna do next time?
Yep.
Oh, shit. Just pick the
Five Nights at Freddy's Mr. Cupcake. I don't think that was it, but it was a good one. So Michael Chadwick had your question, was what's important to you about the ships you most commonly fly in the verse?
All right, I tried to pick the hardest one, Algared.
Yep. So while you were away, I was going to start answering another question, which was what's important to me about the ships I fly in the verse, or we fly in the verse?
No. Yeah, so only Kilrath, LOL, and Evercost Wolf can answer this one. All right, this one's going to be a harder one to do. All you need to tell me is what it is. All right. And here we go. What is it? Nope. That's very close, but that's not it. Specifically, what is it? That's it. Kilrath got it.
And I was going to say, go on.
No, you go.
I was going to say it's not Lego. That's not the answer. Even though it is Lego, but saying Lego was not the answer.
Yeah, it's the Saturn V, the first rocket to ever make it into space, so to speak. As in, this is the one that went to the moon. So yeah. All right. My Friday night fun toy. What the fuck is wrong with you? Holy shit. All right, I need to go put this back on the stand because it won't actually stand up, but I'll be right back. And in about an hour's time, Kilrath, we'll get you to pick a window.
We'll get you. Yeah. This was part of our evil plan to make you stay. No, I don't think they're going to do the Saturn V as a next ship. But I would like to see them do the Zeus. I'd love to see them do the Zeus. And yes, it is now dwarfed by starships.
Oh, I'm so
Yes.
dumb.
Why?
I should have done this.
I'll do it
This
next
one
time.
would have been so good. Oh, I can't believe I didn't do this one. All right, Algared, this one's for you. Actually, we'll just do it one more for fun, right? So what I want is the race and what it is, all right?
Oh,
I'll do this, all right? So this, we'll do it one more for fun. This one's for fun because I should have done this one. All right. Wait, I gotta get clear on the camera. What is it?
it looks like that.
So the first part is easy, but the second part, what is the race? The race is the hard one.
Yep.
Yep.
Resistance is
Yep.
futile.
Everyone's got the first part, but what race is it? That's the hard one. What is its original race before? I guess you're saying race is Borg, right? But no, I mean, what was his original race? What species was he?
Like when Picard was turned into a Borg, his race was human. So what was this person before they were Borgified?
I'll give you a clue. It starts with H. No, Cardassian is. I've got the other two behind me. There's a Clink. Horogen is what he is. But the other two are behind me. So this I actually found this in a bargain bin and I loved it so much. I actually sought out the others in the collection. So I have all three of them. They were called a Borg's Alpha Quadrant Species Collection. And so they have the Horogen, Klingon, and a Cardassian. And I have all three of them and they look fucking sick. I had them for years and they were really cheap because they were all in bargain bins. And I was like, why is this in a bargain bin? It's freaking sick. So I don't have a heap of action figures, but this is one that I do have. So yeah. Anyway, and I just saw it and I went, oh yeah, because of the Horogen thing. That'd be a nice hard one. Anyway, sorry. I'm nerding out as we have. And that's what this was, a little chance to nerd out with you guys and show you some of the cool little nerdy thing we've got. But now because of the lag, I'm really reluctant to do it again. But I did enjoy it quite a lot. So I hope you guys enjoyed it too. Anyway, so
yes, they're called action figures.
Yes. Yeah.
As Armin Butter says, because don't want to.
There we go. But yeah,
play with dolls.
So
action figures.
So Kelrath will get to pick a window. You have to think about which window you're going to pick, and what he's going to win. So we've got 5 prizes in total. After one of these have gone, we're then going to add in the Ares Inferno, and so every week after next week, the windows will become empty. So what I'm wondering, we need to have a talk about that, Algared. Are we going to have just one empty window? So one empty one, so you can technically lose, right? And then after that, we maybe have one that's empty and then start. So eventually it'll come down to just 2 windows, and one will be empty and one will be not. Because that way we can kind of drag it out. That could be interesting. I don't know. We'll have to talk about that.
There is another way we could drag it out, but we'll talk about that after the show.
Okay, cool. No problem.
I quite like the Windows idea. It's different.
It's different.
It can become like the Windows on Play School were the thing for Play School. This could be our.
We've made our own mini game, Algared. We are literally game designers now. Yeah.
Yeah. Woohoo! Okay. So Mr. Chadwick has a question.
Yep.
What is important to you in the ships you pick to fly in the verse?
I think it comes down to the gameplay we enjoy. I think that's almost with any ship for me. For me, it's always function over form generally. I know there are people that pick ships on their look, and yeah, it's great if that happens to line up, but you've got to have the function before the form.
Yeah, I think for me it depends on what I want to do. If I want to do salvage, I'll take a salvage ship. If I'm by myself, I'll certainly take the vulture. If I'm doing group stuff, I might take a reclaimer. If I just want to fly around, then it's whatever ship will get me, whatever suits my purpose.
Yeah.
D8X, whatever. So yeah, there's no real purpose. Sometimes I might pick a ship for components. Sometimes I pick a ship and then change the components, but it really is just what tickles my fancy at the time.
Yeah, Daily Noob's just saying on Twitch is like, as long as it's got fleet pics on it, I'll fly it. So yeah. So sending me fleet pics to Daily Noob. Cool.
Yeah,
Right.
So he wants foot pics.
Yep.
Doesn't want nose pics. He just wants foot pics.
Yep. All right. Next question.
Shinobi Trip. Do you think the new insurance claim times have been introduced too soon, or is it better to rip the band-aid off sooner or later? We're ready. It's time. For those long.
I would okay. So exception, not the rule. If they are, like, for example, say they were doing salvage testing, I think they should lower the times on those ships, just so more people could test them.
Yeah.
I would. But other than that, I have no problem with it. Like, it's already very annoying having to wait like half an hour for some ships because some bug killed a ship. If I've now got to wait for 3 hours, I don't know what the time is, I'm making it up, right?
Yeah,
but if I've got to wait for 3 hours for a bug, I'm going to be bloody pissed off. And let's be honest, most of the time when you're pissed off in this game, it's not because of the timer, it's because something happened and the timer is the punishment for something you did not do. Like when you end up in jail for 3 fucking days and you didn't do what they thought you did. Like I was playing with Daily Noob recently, and there was no triangles above the head, and there was a guard really far in the distance next to a bad guy, and I killed him, and I got a 3-star criminal rating. And so I just logged out because I'm like, I'm not waiting for 4 hours for this to piss off, and I'm not jumping through their hoops in these unfun missions in prison. So I just logged out.
Yep.
Done.
Yeah, and that, I think that is the problem with that as well. But I think in other ways we are ready for that longer wait time, and because so many, people are buying ships in game.
Yeah,
they are buying. So
I think the only problem though, Algared, comes back to bugs. It's always going to be the bug. Like, and people are going to get, like, if I was to say too soon, my too soon comes back to bugs. It doesn't come back to, oh, I just want my shit sooner, I want it easier. That's not what it is. It's the bugs. So they are, by them going into those times, they're saying, this is how I hear it, right? They are saying that they are going to remove as many bugs as possible to stop that from happening.
Yep.
And like, think of all the times you've been in a ship, you've got into a ship, Algared, and it's gone blah, 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 and exploded into the wall. That's never going to happen again.
I was in an Aurora the other day. I had gone through the Aurora and was kitting it out for Crux Cup. I'd gone through and changed my components. I flew from Aurora to Orison because that's where it was. By the time I got to Orison, it had been shot to hell, but nothing had shot me. I'd hit nothing, I'd done nothing, but it was so damaged. It was literally shot to hell. Holes in the wings and bubble textures everywhere. It was absolutely wrecked.
See, so there's an example of a really bad bug. Kidding Man says, I lost all my Alpha UEC today on PTU today. When I sold my cargo, I didn't get paid. 1.6 million gone. Ouch.
Yep.
That would suck. And that's what I'm talking about. Like, if you're out with a bunch, so this is how fun ending it is, right? Say I'm out with Daily Noob, Algared, bunch of us were doing a reclaiming mission, and some bug happens, like someone was mentioning before, the Redeemer, like the cans in the fridge of the Redeemer can cause it to explode over time. So say there's a bug like that, and the whole Redeemer explodes. So not the Redeemer, the Reclaimer explodes, and the wait time at the moment I think is like 30 minutes. It used to be 50, and now they're turning it up. I don't know what it is now, but let's say it's 4 times that. Say it's 2 hours. No one else has a Reclaimer. Everyone logs out and quits.
Yep.
It just killed. It's just killed the entire thing, and that will happen with a real game too. And I'm going to be honest, it is a real worry. But let's be honest, it's not a pirate that's griefing me that's killing me in that Reclaimer. It's not I accidentally flew in an asteroid or I ran out of fuel. It is literally a bug that is 90% of the time. And I think if we all sat here and was really honest about it, most of the time you die in this game or something goes wrong, it is a bug at the moment. I very generally, in a Reclaimer especially, get killed by a player. I'm trying to think the number of times I've been killed by players in a Reclaimer, and it is extremely low. But yeah.
I would like to think that the bug I had with my Aurora was just the wear and tear issue, not being damaged, but it just looks it.
Oh, you sweet summer child, Algared.
But my Aurora, after it was landed in its hangar bay, could not be refueled, could not be repaired, could not be rearmed. And the only option I had, I couldn't store it, I could only reclaim it. So there was a bug of some form, other than just the look. So, yeah. But it happens, you know.
Yep. Zombie Bombi has the best response there. He goes, take a break for 6 months and play other games. I've been doing that this week. You know, like a lot of people have been playing 3.19. I couldn't get in. So what did I do? I've been playing Jedi Survivor. Been streaming it to like 2 or 3 people, but I don't care. I've been having a lot of fun. And it's a really great game. So that's exactly what I did. Go play other games. Me and Algared don't quite have the same opportunity to do that with what we do. So because we follow the game so closely, obviously as content creators, but you guys, you can do that. You got that luxury and take it. Trust me, take it. It stops burnout. Like I've been doing it for 10 years and that's how I stop the burnout on this game. I step away. I go play something else. I learn what I need to learn about the patch to inform you guys, but I don't have to play it in the same way, you know. There's just not enough game there at the moment to sustain it. And I've said that several times, haven't I, over the years. Right. Next question.
Inquisition Hate says, primary solo player here, and I want to try out Salvage and have been building my reclaimer CCU chain. Should I build a chain through a vulture and pledge for that now and try out Salvage?
Absolutely. I can't see any problem with that at all. What I would... No, it won't be an Invictus, will it? You'd have to wait to AIE, wouldn't you? I'm sure someone would have a... Hang on. What I'm trying to say is pick up the links, get the LTI, and then find a CCU to upgrade it into the vulture. That's how I would do it. Wouldn't you?
And the vulture should be, and the vulture, because the vulture's coming out, is it available in game now? Like, is it available on the market?
I think it's already on the store, but no, it's not in the game all the time. But it will be available all the time, much like the Prospector. You have to assume.
If you're looking at going to the Reclaimer via the vulture in a CCU chain, if it's in the store, get the link to XZ and just CCU chain up to it, bang, buy it, and then work your way, and then do your CCU chains from the vulture to the Reclaimer. I used to do that all the time.
Algared, I'm not sure if it's available. I'm just checking, but I've just switched this over real quick.
Buying option.
Buying options. There you go. 109. It is about. Sorry, this is Australian pricing, so just ignore the shit. But it is available right now. So that would be what Algared and I suggest is get a links at Invictus to give you that LTI, and then upgrade the links. And here's the other advantage: you may have some CCUs that you go through that bring the price down.
Yep, and then get your vulture, and then from the vulture, just CCU up to the Reclaimer when you're ready.
And and all you want to grab is that Reclaimer CCU at the very end. So grab a vulture and a Reclaimer, and then over the year, whenever you want, you can fill that gap. You could literally go from vulture to Reclaimer straight away. Well, to the ever-ready ship. What's the ever-ready ship? It'd be the Gemini, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh no, the Gemini's not available all the time though. No, that's not available all the time either. The Mole. That's the Mole. Is the next biggest one. So you'd have to spend, quite a bit of money. But the other advantage is if you do find Warbond CCUs, you can put it in there as well. So you need a you can grab a couple. Like you can go from a Mole to a Starfarer, from a Starfarer to a Gemini to a Reclaimer. Right? You can go through all those, and then as CCUs come out, discount Warbond CCUs, you can buy and melt and reconnect. It's a bit of a patch job, but it does work.
And the Gemini should be available at Invictus because it is a military refueler. So,
actually, you are technically correct. So the Gemini is available, but the Starfarer is not. So that is not a bad piece of advice. He is absolutely correct.
So you just got to play that. Work out the end ship you want, and then play the CCU game in between. And if that chain is going to become ship X, you want to try a ship out along the line, and you've got that ship, you've got a CCU to that ship that you want to try out, then you just go bang. Yeah,
you're only going to wait 2 weeks now too, so I wouldn't go out and buy this fresh because you're going to get 6 months insurance or some shit. I can't read it on that small screen. Hang on, what does it say? 6 months insurance right now if you buy it right now. Where if you literally wait 2 weeks, you can buy a Lynx. And you don't even have to buy this exact one. Like you can, as I said, you can buy all the little connections and make them yourself. Just use everyday available ready ships that are always on the store. And you can take note of those right now and connect off those. So you can turn the links into one of those, and then when you're ready, turn it straight into a vulture, and then eventually up into a reclaimer. But yeah, hold on to those CCUs.
But the idea is if you wait for the sales, you often get those discounted CCUs, which means you save more money. And so that's what we'll always suggest, because Star Citizen ships are not cheap.
Yeah. And everyone on chat is correct. It is $315 for them all. The other thing I was going to say is what our is if you are or ever in doubt or want help, come on the Discord. There is a channel called CCU Helpers, and they are very good. They've been vetted by us or other people that we've vetted, and so you can come on there and they know what they're talking about. They are highlighted in. They actually have a role on Discord. They are actually called CCU Helpers. So yeah.
And I think their icons are square now, isn't it? Rather than a circle.
Shit, I got no idea.
We changed the shape, I think, of their things, but they've certainly also got a color. So the CCU Helpers, they've got an icon color, so you'll be able to see them.
They are square. Yeah, you're correct. They are square, so and they're kind of like a tealy green.
So tealy green, square, or they'll be Inforunners. So
yeah. So yeah, one of us or yeah, some of the mods too, like Lemmings one, and so one of the mods or us or a CCU helper, other people, and if some like one of the Inforunners doesn't feel comfortable giving you financial advice, then just don't ask them in general. So yeah. No, Axis. He's trying to get to a reclaimer, and he was interested in salvage. So he basically he was saying, should he purchase a vulture now and upgrade it to a reclaimer later? And we're just saying, well, technically you should get the links because it looks like it's going to be the LTI token, and then turn that into the vulture so you got LTI on it, and then and also grab that reclaimer moles CCU or something to that equivalency, so we can connect all the dots at a later date. And then we're also explaining obviously the War 1 CCUs and stuff like that. I think I've just summarized it all out very quickly.
Are we all streaming in 15 hours?
Yes.
What's on in 15 hours that we should know about?
Yeah, sorry, who said we're streaming in 15 hours?
Arm and Butter asks, are we all streaming in 15 hours? My question is, what are we streaming in 15 hours?
I don't know what's on in 15 hours. So yeah.
In 15 hours, let's see.
We'll be asleep, Algared, aren't we?
Fine. I'll be asleep. That'll be midnight.
Oh,
I'm old. Come on.
Yeah, I won't be up.
It'll be up.
I'll be partying with the UEC girls at that time. Yep. So when Algared goes to bed, me and the girls partay.
Yeah, you might be doing streaming Star Wars.
Yeah. So I just randomly have been streaming. So that's the reason why I haven't become a streamer, because of I've got a condition that makes my sleep rotate, which is why often you'll sometimes see me I'm quite tired. So I just stream it when I can be bothered. And there's been a few people that have dropped by regularly to watch me play every single, like Sandgroper's dropped in, Daily Noobs dropped by, my real life brothers dropped by, I think Axis dropped by at one point. Yeah, I'm trying to think of all the people. Drazen dropped by, so I've had a few people.
I haven't dropped by because I'm usually asleep. So.
Or at school. You've been at work, so
or at school.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But, it's all good. All right, next question, Algared. Actually, Algared, in about 10 minutes, Kilrath will do the giveaway for you, because I think I want to do it before the stream wraps up. I don't want to do it right at the end. So.
The tuna giveaway timing is going to be in about 10 minutes.
Yeah. So be around in 10 minutes. If you need to go to the toilet now, Kilrath, is the time.
So that's so Arm and Butter was just saying, trying to work out the timing, the giveaway timing. So yeah. All right. So Kalitana says, do you think the Katak Aurelian can be played somewhat useful as a single player?
The Raelian ship.
It's a cargo ship.
It is, but it's designed for like 4 to 5 people off the top of my head. I think that ship is the reason why it's got a crew and all that is you need people for the turrets. I also, me and Algared have talked about this a little bit, is the cargo thing. There is a cargo thing with that ship. And what I mean by that is all those small pods don't hold a lot of cargo. So in a way is like, and it's not something I thought about until this ship came along, is... like how you got to translate between English to say Chinese or something like that, right? we have different standards and metrics. Well, there's everyone else in the world that is common sense, and then there's America with the imperial system and the metric system, right? But we still have to convert between those. It's the same thing with cargo. They have a different standards and metrics design do to what humans do. And so there actually is going to be this weird thing where there's a conversion thing between the two. And I'm wondering if that's why there's so many crew on that thing, is for loading and unloading Algared.
Yeah, could well be. Certainly for turrets, certainly for an engineer. But even as a trading ship, you know, you'll be able to go to a station and get the station unloaded. It just may take more time. As a solo player, just like you could take a Connie by itself.
Well, I think it's a bit more hands-on though, because it's those small pods. I think it's literally almost everything is hand unloaded, right? And I think what it does though is, knowing and design a little bit, you probably know it better than me, so you can speak to this better than I can. But I think it's they're highly organized, and they know exactly what's in what pod, and you know how the pods can come down. So when they land at this particular place, they go, all right, bring out the cuttlefish, and just those containers will come down to be unloaded. Where with a human example, they've got to put the whole thing down and might have to pull a bunch of shit out to get it out. Or that also means when they load it up, they load it from outside to inside, so that the first places are on the outside. You know, so
I think
it's a bit more organized than the humans.
I think it'd depend on the load, you know, the load master. If you've got someone who's an absolute guru at loading, it won't matter whether we're on a Gaddock rally or a Connie or a.
And that's going to be such a thing, though, if you think about it. You go to a particular port, and that guy is hired by that station because he's just insanely good at logistics. You know, he plays that Tetris game so damn well, and he'll get the big bucks because, like, if I do it, it takes 4 hours. If we get him to do it, it takes 30 minutes. You know, who are they going to want to pay?
And so I don't think it's going to change. You know, like, yes, you can take any cargo ship and do it solo. You might not have any turret gunners. You might not have an engineer. So you'll struggle, but I think you'll be able to do the cargo aspect. And then when you get to the station, offloading and onloading may take a lot longer because you don't have crew to supplement or help. So can you do it? Yeah. Will it be the most efficient way? Probably not. But will you be hampered because of you don't have crew? Yeah. Just like a Connie will be hampered if it doesn't have crew. Just like a Banu merchantman is going to be hampered if you try and do it solo. Just like an Idris will be hampered if you try and do it solo. Don't expect to be able to take those multi-crew ships and do it solo
back to
and
that
be
whole
successful.
Sorry, it comes back to that whole thing that you and I have talked about before with the struggle. You could definitely struggle with one person on that ship, no problem. But as soon as you get attacked, you're stuffed because you can't fire the turrets.
Yep.
You know,
and that's going to be the same with every ship. You know, some ships will be better than others at coping with that. A Carrot, classic example. You can take that solo. You get attacked, you're screwed because you've got no pilot-controlled weapons. You take a Connie, and you're attacked, and you can at least possibly fight back because you've got pilot-controlled guns. You know, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of another. What works in one case is going to fall apart in another case, and it's just
absolutely.
So I know that's not necessarily the answer you were after, or that, but
there's middle ground as well, though, Algared, because you could, like we've talked about, say, taking out a Reclaimer or a Rhine or something like that. There's no reason you can't go with 2 people, and so one person sitting there in a fighter covering you while you're doing all the work, right? So you can still you don't have to go from 8 to 0, but you can go from 8 to 2 or 4 or whatever. Again, sharing the cost, just work within the bounds of the number of people you have. So it is all possible. All right, next question.
So it is possible. North End Trooper, for the ship claim times, do you think that CIG is right on the claim times for ground vehicles? Should they be more categorized by aftermarket components and claiming from other systems?
What he's explaining there is exactly what we said the first time it's like the 4th time someone's asked this, is Quanta. Quanta is going to dictate all that, and manufacturer.
Quanta will help, and yes, it'll be influenced by all other factors as well. Sounds good. Robert Vose says, what do you think of a new price for the Hull C when it comes out in 320? What do you think it'll be?
What's it now, 350?
I think so.
Same as Reclaimer, 350 to 400. 350 to 400.
Yeah, I'd need someone to confirm it, but I'd say,
Let me check it
bare minimum would be that, I think.
couple of these because I always forget which one is the good one.
Yep. I know the feeling.
Not that one. This one.
This one.
Or this one. Nope. It's not that one. Man. Okay. What did I say? Whole C.
Hull C.
350.
So
Yep.
Yep.
I'd say. Well, that's what happened. That's what happened with the Reclaimer. The Reclaimer was 350 and it jumped to 400. So we have a precedent, so to speak. They could make it $5 to $10 cheaper or more expensive.
Yeah.
As well.
looking at the, if I remember correctly, didn't the Reclaimer start at 350 and go to 4?
Yes.
Because the Hull C started at 200 and is now
Yes.
350. So
That's correct.
it might be 275, but it'll certainly go up.
Well, it could go to
I wouldn't expect any.
It could also go to 400 and the Reclaimer goes higher later. Like, it can go both ways, can't it? So yeah.
So and they've done that in the past to ships that are out.
Mm.
You know, so I don't expect any more than 400.
Mm.
But it'll be. But I would say about $25 would be what I'd expect, somewhere between there. And hello, Asif Tapur.
Yeah, I was just typing to him because it's first time chatter. I try and reply to all first time chatters as much as I possibly can anyway. It's a bit hard to say hello to everyone, but I go in my way for first time chatters. So yeah. All right.
Yeah. Lovely to see you there as well.
Do you want to do a bit of a rapid fire, Algared, just for the next? Oh, it's half past. All right. Actually, let's do the thing with Kelrath first.
Let's
all
do the thing, and we'll try rapid fire.
All right, Kelrath. So we're doing. Oh, I've got to go back to the right screen, don't I? I got to go to this one. All right, Kelrath. Pick your window, sir. Do you want the blue square window, the round triangle window, the round red window? Oh God, it's my bipolar getting in front of myself. The triangle yellow window, or the hexadecimal green TIE fighter window.
Or the TIE fighter. So which window are we going to look through today?
So we are between the Triforce or the Star Wars. Well, your pick, man. It's up to you. I'm not going to influence you in any way.
The round triangle window, my head hurts.
Yeah, I know, the round triangle window. I know, sorry. It's a bipolar thing because what I was doing was I was pointing to this, but I was also thinking of which one I was going to do next, and that was this one. So my words often cross themselves, so I apologize for that. It's a bipolar trait.
And it is a round triangle window. It is a round window with triangle sections-ish, kind of, sort of. So I can see that. Anyway, Kelrath, what window are we going to look through today?
Yes. What window? Man, man, so many Americans are going to look up Play School right now and go, what the fuck are they talking about? The triangle window, no, wait. TIE, because I was 3 years old and my father's shoulder. All right. So I'm going to take the magnet off this one. All right. This is going to freak some people out when they see what's under this. It's Old Man Hurston.
Oh, wow. How awesome is that?
So what
Old Man Hurston.
Yeah. So what you actually win is the best of the skin sets, in my opinion, and Algared's opinion, is the Old Man Hurston skin set. Wait, I got to do that. Wait.
So
spare no expense. Anyway, yeah. So you win the Actually, I can probably just go into my hangar and show it. That might be the easy way to do it. Yep. So this is what you're going to win. Account my hangar. So you can see the areas there that they sent us. You've won this one here. Wait, yeah, this one here. Central Tower Paint Pack. So if you can send me your email via Discord, please, Mr. Kelrath, I will send that off to you. So you've got Ares, Razor, Hawk, and a Cutter skin. Right. And so now... Oh, go ahead, Algared. I'll be right back.
I was just going to say, they're the best looking skins in our opinion. They red, blacky, kind of coppery, nice looking, yeah.
Right, so now... You haven't seen this one yet, Algared, either. So now I'm going to add... For next week, I don't know if I should leave this a surprise or not, but I don't know. Stuff it. I'll do it anyway. So now we'll be replacing Algared's ugly mug with a flame, and that represents the Inferno. So that'll.
But don't worry, we're going to mix those.
I'm going to mix them all around, just to show you that I'm not full of shit, right, or lying. Anything like that. I'll show you what they all are, so you'll actually all know what they are for next week.
So everyone can see, because we want to show that we are being.
So I had a Finley, so that was for Crusader. and then I had a Pico,
Go.
and I
Microtech.
and I psychologically thought no one will pick the first window, and so that is the Not-A-Tuna.
So there you go.
And I
So
was
Not-A-Tuna
correct.
Yep.
Anyway, so that is all ready for next week. I'll probably let you pick next week, Algared. You can mix them all around. And yeah, so congrats on that. Just send me an email via Discord, please, Mr. Kilrath, and we'll get that sent off to you. And
you don't win PK, by the way, guys.
No.
You won't win PK. You won't win Finley.
No.
You will win the skin set.
Yeah. So I can actually show you. Yeah, I can show you that there. So the other one. So this is the one for. I believe this is one for Pico, because it's inspired by Microtech. So you would win this skin pack. The Crusader one is this one, and the Not-A-Tuna is actually on the other page. So I'll just go to that real quick. That is here. So that's the 400i giveaway. These are by CIG. I do have to point that out as well. The skins are from us, but the ships are both from CIG. I always call out when they give us stuff because I don't want to take credit for giveaway stuff that they've given us. And then the Ares Inferno has also been given to us by them, and they both come with LTI.
So the ships are from CIG.
And I just realized I did that whole discussion and I did not have the browser up.
So you
all right, so yeah, so there's the Ares, because I can't see this when I'm on this screen. So there's, and neither can Algared because he's watching my screen. So there's the Ares Inferno. There's the Microtech skin one there for getting Microtech. So that's for the Pico. This one here is for the Crusader one. The one that Kilrath just won is this one, and then the 400i. I have to go on the other screen. But both the 400i and the Ares Inferno are from CIG. Hence, they say giveaway, and the skins are from us that we purchased to give to you guys. All right, I think that kind of wraps up Not-A-Tuna for this week. Is there anything you want to add about that specifically, Algared? I thought it was a bit different. I hope you guys enjoyed that.
I like the idea of it. I like our windows. I think we've got a new, as you said, we've got a new gameplay, a new mini game.
Yeah, and I think if this goes well, we might make our own mini games. Maybe we can go into like the Price is Wrong, bitch. You know, so you've got to. You got to tell us the price of the ship. There's a mini game right there, and I could put on like the plastic wig and do the whole Ray Martin thing, and oh man, this thing writes itself. But anyway, we'll talk about that later. But anyway, yeah, we'll do something like that, and
we'll work something out to keep our mini game going. But
yep.
And I've lost the train of thought I was going to go. You evil bastard.
I assume you're Kilrath. I'm Kilrath from Twitch. Yeah. So no, you need to send me your email. I need your email, Kilrath, please.
Yep.
And then I just send it to the email, and as long as you have your account logged in, when you open the email and click the link, it'll just take it from my account and give it to your account. Cool.
Yep. So message him on.
He's already done that. He's messaged me.
And give him your email.
Yeah. I just need your email. That's all I need.
Okay, so Jonathan Maguire has a question. He says, what do you think of droids in Star Citizen? Do you think we will get them? Maybe payable or NPC only? I do think there was a repair droid at some point, so yes.
It was a repair, wasn't it? Yeah, it's like a repair thing, yeah. But I think even Paul's come round to my my theory on that too with the Kafak. So I'll let you tell that why I do that. I'm just gifting this to him.
We've speculated that the Kafak, which is the race on the other side of the Kilrathi, are a...
No, the Zion.
The Zion. Sorry,
wrong game, Algared.
I'll put it down to age. On the other side of the Zion. They were both evil, that's my opinion. So the other side of the Zion automatons are kind of like the robots. And we think that because several reasons. One, because in the Zion culture, it's a spirit war that separates them. And part of that spirit war aspect would be the fact that they're machines, they don't have a soul. And so that is what we've kind of speculated. I don't think we'll see them too many in terms of what we can get as humans, I think we might get very, very simple things like a Roomba type thing. But humans don't like AI. Whenever we've gone AI, it's killed us. You know, we had traffic systems that were AI.
Do you know, ironically, Algared, there is a little bit of real world connotation here. There was literally a guy today that he started work at Google, I think in 2011, 2010 or some shit like that. He literally quit his job at Google recently and said, I am absolutely terrified by what can happen with this AI. And he's worried because they're competing with each other because they all see it as this next big boom and there's all this money involved. He's worried that someone's going to do something that literally leads to Skynet by accident.
Yeah,
well,
you look at
I almost think the governments need to step in and say, yes, you can do this, but you need to do it within restraints and checks and balances because there is no oversight at all. And it's only going to take one AI to get out there that goes, I think I'll send off a bunch of nukes and we are toast. That's literally the story of Terminator, right? And and people are like I was reading it at first going, yeah, whatever. And then I went, but this is literally what it is. It just takes us to do nothing for it to pop up and we're all dead before we realize what happened. So they do need to have some kind of oversight. And that's why he's quitting his job and trying to put all this stuff out there because he's genuinely worried. Like he's seen it.
Yeah.
So he knows what's coming. You know, so
and you look at like even the ChatGPT, the thing that writes stuff.
Yeah.
That is insane. You know, you can we've had, you know, we were playing around with it at school. Hey, write this essay from a year 8 student's point of view. And yeah, it's with the spelling errors and with the types of things you might find with it. We go, how the hell do we police this stuff? You know, so and you can't. You've just got to look at this. You've literally got to go back and look at the student's work and say, this isn't your work.
All right, that's gone from my account, so I assume Kirath has got that now.
Anyway,
yeah.
So that's the robot question. I tend to think we won't because humans don't like them because they are in game. Every time we've had AI, it's killed us. Like it's either the Mars tragedy is because AI. We believe AI glitched. The lemming problem where hundreds of people died in traffic is because the AI stuffed up.
Yep.
We almost went to war with the Xi'an because the AI went haywire and decided, we're going to go on a mission to blow up the Xi'an. So the humans actually chased after their bombers and blew them up. Time and time again, AI has stuffed us. And there's this great negative against it. So
all right, Algared, I'm going to go into rapid fire mode. I tend to take over here at the end so we can get through the rest of the questions. So I'm going to rapid fire. I will push ones off to you that I know you can answer, but you've got 10 to 20 seconds at most. All right, so here we go. And I'm going to do the whole page because we've got less than 20 minutes to go, and I think it's going to take me that long to get through them. That's like a minute a question. So Daniel says, I think the Javelin is designed as a modular spacecraft. How many module spaces should there be? Not sure if it's true, but we heard we could get a standard components. Go, you got a minute.
It is modular. It has 6 modules on it. Done.
But they're rooms, aren't they? They're not like, say, the Caterpillar, which is like a little thing. You can spend a bit more time if you want. You don't want to spend more time? Okay,
it is modular. It is modular. There are 6 rooms that are in between the pylons on the side, down below. Yep.
Cool. All right, Piss Poor Pete. Oh, nice to see you, Pete. Hope you're doing well. One of the funniest streamers, by the way. If I want to have a good laugh, watch Piss Poor Pete. Piss Poor Pete, with the monthly report mentioning them adding tractor beams to ships with mounts, which ships with a tractor beam are you most looking forward to and why? Well, that's a good one. 315. I think 315p is really going to get elevated quite a bit for one of the smaller starter ships in my book. So I have to add that to the list, and I give credit where credit is due. I don't think that's because it's Origin. I just think that's because it is generally got a nice amount of cargo with the utility, and I could even see things like pirates utilizing that because it's small.
And it's got a large tractor beam because that's a size 3 mount. So that's going to be interesting.
The Cutlass is another one that has 2 tractor beams on it, and a lot of people don't even realize that those little donkey arm things at the front. They're actually tractor beams.
Yeah, you look at the ship and it says tractor beams.
Yep.
the Connie Taurus, because
Mm-hmm.
the tractor beams on that were a surprise
Yep.
addition, but they are perfectly placed to actually load and upload.
There's another one, Algared. The Caterpillar. Holy shit. It's
Caterpillar.
actually going to get something done to it. Holy crap.
Yeah. The Caterpillar is actually going to be able to load.
Yeah. You know, so... and one of the interesting things that a lot of people don't realize is everyone knows about the tractor beam on the right wing, but there's actually a tractor beam on the bottom of the command module. So even when the command module detaches, it's still going to have that tractor beam. So you could literally go down to planet and tractor beam back some cargo with you. You know, so that...
You could even detach the module from a Caterpillar while it's loading and actually use it to drag stuff into the range of a bigger...
Absolutely. So, that would be brilliant. I didn't even think of that until you said it. That is brilliant. That is essential. So that's all. That's like having your own 315p that you just attach to use it. That's awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, wow. You could even go off to the town over to bring cargo back to save a small trip. Oh, wow. The utility there is nuts.
So, Citizen Scott, yes, that was a good question.
That was a very good question.
Typos in my question, sorry. I meant seeing the exterior in some event ahead of Squadron 42 or real implementation. Not sure what your question referred back to, so I'm sorry. I think we may have...
Let me read that myself. Hang on.
Anyway.
In my question. No, you got to do context. Yeah, sorry, he's right. Yeah. Question: to what extent do you think the claim timers will jump? Obviously, just for 380. Actually, I'm going to go find that image I posted real quick. Because
some of them have jumped quite a lot.
There is an image that I posted, and a lot of people got pissed off because apparently I put it in the wrong channel.
While you look for that, I'll go to the next question, which is Mongo Mo.
Yep.
And Mongo Mo says, so do you think that the Galaxy CCU will be up for Fleet Week because it has medical?
Yes.
Yes.
I think that would be the excuse they give to put that in.
Because it's a medical, they'll say it's medical military, and I'll put it in as that excuse. So,
yeah.
Chief God Broxter says, do you think Ursa Fortuna owners will get a free opportunity to swap to the links like it was supposed to be in the first place?
There will be 100% be a CCU for that thing. 100%.
There'll be 100.
Just they won't even they'll just say you could upgrade your Ursa right now. They'll if they do that, it'll be market material, but it'll be available to everyone. It's just a regular CCU. There's nothing special or unique like that. What they could do though is give you a Warbond CCU for it. So if you pay $5 cash, you get it for $5 instead of paying 10 for credit. That's something they might do.
If you're referring to the Ursa that comes with the Phoenix Fortuna,
yes,
probably, because that gets the
that automatically is the links, isn't it, Algared?
Yeah, it automatically gets the links with it. So
yeah, I think they'll probably, unless it's less than or more, as in links cost less than, they'll probably even do that with things like the G12s and stuff like that for the thing. Allow you to pick your luxury craft of your choice. I cannot find that image, Algared. All of a sudden, it's like someone deleted it or moved it. Mods, Lemming, if you're around, did someone move my image? If you're around, Lemming. He's probably gone because he's not online.
Not here anymore. He's not online at the moment.
God damn it, that annoys me. I can't find it now. It's literally here yesterday. That's yesterday at 5 o'clock. But yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, it literally... We'll see if I can find it. Go ahead, Algared.
Yeah, we do expect those claim timers to jump anyway. Not just for 8.2 or 19. We do expect they'll go up eventually. And yeah, big ships like the 890 probably do need to be about from 1 hour to almost 3. But the problem with it, as we said earlier, is I think while we're ready to move forward, the problem is when we get those ships crash due to bugs or need to be reclaimed because of bugs and then have that long wait timer. Or if we're testing something like mining or salvage and then have that super long timer. You want the things we're testing to actually have a short timer. So yeah, but we can come back to that if you find that table.
I can't remember where I found it. That's the problem. So I'm trying to go back and source it, and I posted it in our general chat on the Discord, and it's just gone. So yeah. Anyway, next question, please, Algared. Sorry, I know I'm meant to be doing
Mark
them, but
Jensen, Mark Jensen, add the question. Mark on the Tumbril Storm 2. Again, we'd need context for that. But Tumbrel Storm, missiles, yes, could probably work. Not sure where it's going with that question. North End Trooper, we'll see more tracked vehicles.
Hang on, what was that about? Sorry.
So add the question mark on the Tumbrel Storm 2.
Add the question mark on the tumble. So you reckon that? So I think what he's saying is it the Tumble Storm has been mentioned in the leaks, and so the fact that it's mentioned in the code generally means that it's coming. The Lynx was mentioned in the code as well, and so because of that, there was a nod to 2 vehicles. So I think that's all we're getting vehicle-wise is the Lynx, and the Lynx has been confirmed. So you have to assume the other one that is coming because it's in the code is the Storm. So, sorry.
Okay, right. Will we see more tracked vehicles? Possibly.
Absolutely. There was a thing in one of the monthly reports where they were talking about multiple. So it had like engines, thrusters, and tracks.
Yep. So
what kind of vehicle is that? You know, that's really weird.
Yep.
So yeah.
Hawk Outdoors. Do you think when refining drops we will get grades of fuel simultaneously? I know Sigelian would love that.
Seems to be.
I know.
It seems to be something they'll do in stages, like everything. Yeah.
Yep. I know that with refining and the idea that they always said, and which is why Sigelian actually created his org. Sigelian's org is basically a race fuel producer, and he did that because CIG had said with the Staff era you could actually refine the different grades of fuel. So I expect it. It's something they've always said. I don't think they've stepped away from it, but they'll bring it in stages. Great White Shadow has a question. With the introduction of significantly larger mineable rocks in 319, which I'm looking to, do you think we will see new mining ship between the Mole and Orion soon? TM. If yes, speculate on crew size and features.
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I found it. I posted it in the wrong channel. I'm a fucking idiot. Right. Yeah. Found it. Yes, thank you. Who was that? Monster Avi. Thank you very much. Monster Avi found it. My bad. All right. Yeah, good job. Thank you. Sorry about that. So this is the image. I don't have, like, it's really small. I got it from someone else, right? But I'll zoom in as much as possible. And as you can see here, the 890 jump at the top, just as an example, it's 54 minutes and 5 seconds at the moment. And it's going to jump to 173.25. So that's like 3 hours and 13 minutes. That's pretty nuts.
And the current goes from 30 minutes to 90.
So they're roughly, and I'm being rough here when I say this, they're roughly 3 times what they are now.
Yep.
Like the Hammerhead goes from 17.8, so 18 minutes, to 56.7. So that's not quite 3 times. You know, so it is on a case-by-case basis, but generally just looking at those colors, you can see it's about 3 times what we got right now.
Yeah. And Redeemer 10 minutes 4 to 33.
That is bullshit, because the Redeemer is not 10 minutes. The Redeemer is already 36 minutes, so the Redeemer is actually going down. So that I don't know where that was plucked from, because the Redeemer's been 31 minutes for as longest time I can remember, unless in the latest build, like the very latest build, it is 10.4. Yeah, that's a bit of bullshit. But anyway. All right, so I think that kind of gives you roughly what we were trying to. I just want to show you that because you can visually see it pretty quickly. It's about 3 times as much. Anyway, sorry, Algared. I will now go back to the questions. I know I got completely sidetracked.
Great White Shadow says, with the introduction of significantly larger mineable rocks, do you think we'll see a new mining ship between the Mole and Orion? If so, speculate on size and features.
Mole and Orion. It's not a new one. They've already mentioned it. It's the RSI miner that was announced at the end of the year, and we've talked about it being an underground miner quite extensively now. So yeah, it's already been mentioned. So it's not new. You might not have just heard of it, but that is what it is. We don't have a name of it, but there is a ship coming that is the large miner, and it's by RSI. Both Algared and I both agree that it should come from
Grey Cat.
Yes, and be a tip of the hat to the Cygnus miner. Would have been a really missed opportunity in our book. Yeah.
Yep.
And they've already got the assets for the miner, so the ground miner, so it's not much to steal a bit from here and there and make one. But yeah, obviously they didn't want to make a big mining vehicle and have to make a whole bunch of new assets. I think that's the main problem there. Why they didn't do that.
Could I see them doing a ship, a large mining ship down the track that is a ship, not a vehicle? Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Will they do it for 319?
No.
No.
I think that's why they didn't add Grey Cat in. Quite honestly.
Yep.
Yeah. All right,
Northern Trooper.
Oh, let me go. Northern Trooper, I just found out the Polaris is in Squadron 42. I assume they're finally working on it because they need it for Squadron 42. What other ships need to be built for Squadron 42 that's going to be in the PU? Yes, but I think me and Algared both say it's probably a background thing. Yeah, Algared? We don't expect it to be something you're playing on.
Yeah, it's probably a background ship. I think the only ships we're playing on are the Javelin, the Idris, and the fighters. I don't think any other big ships from UEE were on. Although it might change, but yeah.
You go there.
Haven.
Yeah, go for it.
Do you think they could have? Do you think they could have an alien scrap ship coming? Salvage ship. Yeah, it could be.
Yeah,
but I think with most of the alien ships, I think we've speculated where they'll come is when they make aliens a player race and they make it as an expansion pack. Yeah, because that makes the most sense to me.
Like we said earlier with the Sulian, I kind of with Algared, what Algared said now, I could see them going to refueling and repair mainly because Pyro's on the horizon, but I don't see them with Salvage. I think if Salvage would be a human ship. All right, next one. We're gonna be quick, Algared. We're gonna be quick. Yep. Sorry, unless you want to add it, unless you can add it really quick.
I was going to say, but given its Gattac and its industry, it could be anything with industry.
Absolutely.
I tend to think based on the name.
Refuel and repair are the only two I think I would consider now after today. Anyway,
and because the name is fly without issue.
Yeah. So. Yep. Fearless Hydra says, thinking ahead to when the game is released, do you think COG will put limits on how many capital class ships are allowed to be in the system? No, because of the way it works.
Yep.
Yeah,
I would agree with that.
Yep.
Who has a question? With the hull C being added in 3.20 card, do you think we should get or should expect 32 SCU containers in game as well?
Yes.
With the cargo rework,
yeah, kind of like what we said with the Hercules with the size 2 SCU cargo containers. Absolutely, I think that is definitely something. And there's other benefits too there because it opens up other ships like the Raft and stuff like that to be more used. So yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
That is totally a possibility in my book, and they are really just bigger boxes at the end of the day.
Yep.
All right, Mongo Mo, is that the next one?
Yep.
Will we see more manufacturing ships? Absolutely. Code at the end of the year showed off an Argo MCV, mobile construction vehicle, so we know they're coming. If you actually think of what from a gameplay, as in like a coder perspective, it is just item spawning. That's all that ship is. Put on some special effects and poof, it appears. It's almost like having a wardrobe. You close it and go, I want a gun, and it just goes spawns gun, plays a light like a photocopy effect or something like that, and you open it. And, oh, there's the gun. So it's, from a development perspective, it's incredibly easy to do because it's just spawning of assets. Very easy to do and just spawning in a special way. And if you think about the way we've talked about how they're going to 3D print the arms on ships, that's what a manufacturing can be. It's just that it's 3D printing the house or whatever it's building. So it literally could use the same effect initially anyway. All right. Yep, go for it.
Wolf has a question. Are you looking forward to the progress being done on the ship munching aspect of Salvage?
Yes.
And do you anticipate the Vulture will keep its munching capabilities?
Yes, it's got the big teeth on it, so it 100% does the munching. 100%.
Won't do as big a chunks as the Reclaimer, but it'll still do munching.
And it's slower because it's got to blast them apart. It's actually got. If you actually go out the door of the Vulture, when you go out the door of the Vulture, immediately look to your left. There is this kind of like drop down shaft thing, and you can tell it's got a button on it. You press, and it's going to drop whatever those blast charges are. So you're going to pick it up, and then you're going to go off and do your what is it? God damn it, chair's got caught on something. UAV. What is it? Not UAV. Evo. Whatever the fuck. I've just brain farted. Yeah. You're going to go across by hand, place the blast charges, and blow the pieces apart. So the other downside to that, Algared, is it might cause more damage to the parts. Where cutting with a laser will be neater. Yeah. So, EVA. Oh, thank you, guys. I've just had a brain fart. Yeah, thank you. Go ahead, Algared.
Limited Respawns has an interesting question.
Yep.
What will happen to docked ships snubs with soft def of a capital. My initial thought was that if the cargo doors open, you could fly out.
Yeah,
But
it's going to...
So they might get damaged in the explosion, so they might also be docked.
It also depends what closes down, because if the docking clamps are still active, you could then detach and fly away. If the docking clamps are unpowered, you're stuffed because you're locked to the ship. So it's a case-by-case basis, literally. Yeah.
Or if gravity, the magnetic clamps are gone because the power's gone, so they're not working.
The ship could just float away. Yep, that's exactly it.
And then
depends how it's
wall and blah. So
again, different manufacturers will connect to things in different ways. So like a cheaper manufacturers might actually do physical clampage. Some will just do magnetic ones. I was absolutely right. And the cool thing about that is it shows player choice and consequences, and that's really cool, and it makes it really deep. I really like that.
So
that's another good.
Fly away.
That's another good question, by the way. That's a really good question.
It's a good question. That is actually worth a deeper dive.
Yep.
I think.
Yep.
Mick Nolan, is there ever going to be a ship to challenge the Carrack as best multiplayer ship? Always, because the Carrack can't do Salvage as well as a Reclaimer. There you go.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people see that ship as the ship that does everything, but they always overlook that it's undergunned, right? And that ship is designed to be out on its own and away from everything else. And I think it is going to be it's going to really struggle if you try to use that as a fleet ship. You're going to have all these other ships cover it. Then it'll be fine. But like, it's not meant to do that. That's not its role. It's meant to be out on its own, exploring the solar systems of the game. That's why it has all those survivability elements like repair and hospital. And the same reason, the closest ship that I would say could tend to it is the one we talked about last week with the 600i. But for all the reasons that the 600i suffers in cost and lack of things, the Carrack makes up for that. So there is even differences there. But they have said eventually they hope to have direct competitors, didn't they?
But I don't think it's the best multiplayer ship. It's a great multiplayer ship, but
it's good at what it does.
Because it can do everything. Because it does everything, it doesn't do any one thing really, superbly.
Yep.
So it doesn't. You can do a bit of salvage, but you can't do salvage like a Reclaimer. You can do a bit of hauling, but you can't do hauling like a Hull C.
Doesn't have the size 1 beds like an Apollo. So if you actually get really dangerously injured, you're still stuffed. There has to be that risk versus reward, and as we keep saying, the good and the bad, and the positive and negative. Like, you work these all through, they're all gameplay design choices, and they've made it way more interesting. There needs to be negatives. That ship is not perfect by any means, and the other thing is we haven't seen the modules yet, so that ship roll is going to bend and flex even more once we see the modules. And there's nothing. No ship is perfect. I don't think there is a perfect ship in this game. And that's how it should be.
Yeah, 100%. Limited Respawns in chat says the Liberator will donate all its ships on soft def.
Well, especially the 2 on top. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Or the 3 on top. Yeah.
Imus Haven has a question. Do you think that they would land a vehicle version of a Vulture?
Yes.
Having it in a cargo hold with a player lowering a ramp could scrape salvage ships. Yep.
Absolutely. No, absolutely, I can see that. And I'd even see it coming from Drake. And I wouldn't even be surprised if it was similar size to the mole, so I could fit in the back of the cutter. I could see all that.
I saw someone, artwork of a picture someone had taken of their ship with a rock on the ramp, and the rock was doing the mining. So yeah, go mining anywhere. Go salvage anywhere.
Go a step further, Algared. Why don't they do a variant of the mole?
Yeah.
You call it the soul. I don't know. I'm making names up here as I go along. But you know what I mean?
Go get your handheld salvage tool and stand at the door of your MPVU and salvage, or your cutter, your caterpillar or cutter or your
Do you? The other way you can take it is: do you really need a salvage vehicle? Because you could just get a truck that has a tractor beam, and you just put the wreck on the back, and then take it into town, and it's salvaged by a ship or whatever. There's room for everything though, and I can see every ship that we have being remade into vehicles that go on the ground. You know,
Yep.
just as well as I actually see buildings doing that as well.
It's the same thing with bases. I remember can't remember who it was. They were on the episode where Disco went and played pool. But he was talking about
Will
the
Weissbaum?
bases and talking. No, it was the design, one of the designers, and he was talking about space stations and talking about bases, and he said, "Look, the space stations, what we've got in space on those stations, it's no different from what we put on planet. A planet is just the same types of rooms, same type of system. It's just on the planet rather than in space, and so same type of things. The ships." Turned into a vehicle that goes on land. So yeah.
Kidding Man says, call it the hyena. Mole digs underground. Hyena scavenges for food. I think even more importantly, the one thing you didn't mention is the vulture is actually a competitor in the animal kingdom to a hyena. So I also think it works really well there as well. So yeah, hyena would be a good name for a vehicle by Drake that does salvage. Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Smooth. Which module of the RSL Galaxy do you guys think will be the best to earn money?
The manufacturing one.
I could see that, or the refinery.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be, I'm going to be honest, really, you run it all through, it's time and place. Because you could be in a place where you are the only manufacturing ship because there's just not a lot of resources in that area, and someone needs something there, and you are in the right place at the right time, and you make a shit ton of money, right?
Similarly, if you're a refinery.
Exactly. Or the medical. You could just have, like a war could break out around you and you're the only medical ship there. And so you can just charge out the ass, you know. But then if you're in
it, cargo ship. So,
and it goes the it goes the other way too. Like where you are, you know, the market's absolutely flooded. So no one gives a shit about medical or building. Like no one wants a building. So manufacturing has got, it comes down to the niche too. A part of the skill of this game is going to be knowing where to be and what to be at the right time. You know, like, and you'll already see it with the AI, how the AI is thinking. So like someone discovers this massive resource node and then all the ships flock there and turn up because it's like, well, it's literally, this game's going to work like a gold rush mechanic. That is literally what it is. People are going to flock to where the most money is. But as soon as everyone arrives, the first couple of people are going to be able to make the money. But after the first guy, it's already dipping.
It's already different.
It's going to go from like 1,000 to 500 to 250, boom, 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 boom. It's just going to run into the ground. So people will all flock there in hopes of being the first there, but not everyone's going to win. So sometimes it's not going where the crowd goes. It's knowing where to go. What do they say? What's that say about power? Something creates a vacuum, creates a power vacuum. There's a fucking saying, and I can't think of it. But it's like that.
I know what you're thinking.
Yeah. Someone will tell us in chat, but you know, like when power creates a vacuum or something like that. I can't remember the exact saying, but someone will drop it, and that's the saying I'm thinking of. It's exactly like that. You got to know where the vacuum is, the empty space, and go to that empty space and be there before it happens. But I'm going to predict when something's going to happen.
Power abhors a vacuum. Power hates.
Power. Yeah, something like that. Something very similar to that.
I hate the vacuum.
Yeah.
Squishy710 has a question. He says, I bought a razor to Warbond Vulture for $5 and I melted it. And in my buyback, it's $30. Why is that? And it's because of the way CIG do their special deals.
Yeah, went up
so
in price.
if you got a special deal, you don't melt them. You keep them in your hanger because when a chip changes price, the CCUs will change price if you sell the CCU.
Yeah. Unlucky,
bud. Keep it in your hanger, it keeps it. It keeps it. So you're unlucky, mate. You
should have kept onto it. Oh well. As long as you don't need it, it's not a problem because you can put that $5 somewhere else. But you've lost that.
And if you do need it, look out for another sale and just if you get a good sale and a good value thing, just keep it in your hanger. And
there will be more coming up at Invictus, won't there?
There should be more. Maybe not
that exact one though. Yeah.
Razor to Vulture, but there should be other CCUs that you can use that will hopefully get you to where you want.
All right.
Nope.
Nope. It's you'll post the VODs on YouTube. No, we don't. Oh, yes, we do. Yes, we do. No, we do post the VODs on YouTube. Yes, it will be on YouTube. David Watson says, do you think there will ever be a variant of the 400i? This is a good question, Arid. Do you think there'll ever be a variant of the 400i such as the 435C with a larger cargo bay for larger vehicles? That's
I'd
pretty
like to
interesting.
see
That
that.
is pretty interesting.
I'd like to see it. I'm not sure where they'd put the larger vehicles because of the way they've designed the ship.
So visualize this, Algared. It's like the Freelancer Max of the.
Yeah, they're
The
giving us that.
huge ass on that bitch. It's like
The huge
twice as
ass.
wide. And just like spread the cheeks. And just.
So bad.
It's funny
So,
because
yeah,
it's.
it'd be nice to have, but yeah, it would not look like a 400i. I think if I did that. Zapoid Bobaluro says, how much demand do you think there'll be for Merc Ogs with Ace Pie? Oh, that's the one.
That's one I read earlier. That's how far they got chopped ahead. The bot actually dropped out a fair time ago. I didn't drop it out. It bugged out. I do know that Piggles is working on stuff, so he might have turned it off in the background accidentally. But yeah. All right, keep
Oh,
going.
that's okay. That means we run out of questions fairly soon. So, David Watson, question: do you think we will see more variants of a 400i? I would love to see a 435C with larger hangar. Yes, that would be good. We don't know. Sounds good. I think we just answered it as well. So,
yep.
Darab Mo, what do you guys think about the next ground vehicles being transport vehicle for ships, components, and weapons, or a scavenger variant of a rock? Sounds good.
Yeah, I think, as we said, like you can almost take any vehicle, and
or any ship and turn it into a vehicle, and vice versa.
And it, as Algan and I have said, the Lynx is a luxury. It was designed for the I'm brain farting on the Phoenix. Yeah, I had the F. I didn't have anything else. Oh, sorry, P. I didn't have anything else. So I had Phoenix. So it's designed for that. But to get that into Invictus, it looks like they need the closest thing is the military variant that lines up with the Galaxy. Then the other one is the Tumbril Storm. Tumbril only make vehicles. And from what we've seen, there's a Storm Burst bomb in the files. Connecting two together, we think it might be an artillery piece. Take all that with a grain of salt, because that is speculation 100%. There's definitely a vehicle coming called the Nova Storm, or sorry, the Tumbril Storm, but we don't know what it does. But our speculation is it's artillery.
And there's in the code a bomb, a size 5 bomb called the
Storm Burst. Storm
Burst.
Burst. Seems to make logical sense.
But that could be, that could tie in with the Crusader new bomber, the A1 bomber. It could also tie in with
I don't think it does, though, because it's called Storm, though.
Yeah.
Storm and Storm, I think it lines up.
Yeah, because it doesn't have that. Yeah. But it could also be a new piece of ammunition for the Gladiator, because the Gladiator it's a torpedo bomber, but it's also a ground bomber. So
it could literally be a new bomb that works on all of them. It could be like a new like a similar to the cluster bomb. It could just be a new version of the cluster bomb, and it works on all of them. Even works on the A2. It could be, but then you need a size 10 for that. But you get my whole point. Yeah. All right, next.
I would love it. I would love it if it was a bomb that went with the Gladiator, because it just gives that Gladiator that extra bit of love. Next one from Sandgroper.
Yep.
What type of alien ship would you like to see CIG concept?
Something truly alien. Something that was really kind of bespoke to that race. So, like, for example, we know the Banner do a lot of slavery stuff.
A Xeon hatchery.
There you go. That's another good example. Like, imagine, how they did like hairdressing or stuff that we've talked about before, but for the Zion, it's like nail clipping and shell polishing or something like that. Like, and but it changes the color of their shell, and you can change the color of their nails or whatever like that. But I just think that'd be really kind of funny, like an alien spin on something like that. And eventually, I think things like that will come, won't they? It's just going to take a bit of time.
Well, they also actually do change the color of their skin when they're talking. Yep. That's why their skins are quite valuable on the black market.
What who changed their skins?
The Osso.
Oh, okay.
The Osso, the creatures from Osso were under the Fair Chance Act. So they when they communicate, their skin changes color as well. So it's not only sound but also skin color.
We did answer this last question before, but we'll answer it again. And it's from Quantum K's, who says, "How much do you expect the RSI links to cost?" And I'll let you answer this one, Algared.
Yeah, I did actually miss Kilrath's last question, so we'll go back and do
Okay,
that. But
that's fine.
For the links, the Ursa is $50. So we expect the links to be no more than 60.
Mhm.
Given that we expect as a variant, I think the variant will be 60, and I think the standard links will be 55. That's my take.
And they could also
Hopefully
they could also surprise us and go further. But the other thing is, Algared,
Yep.
I need to ask you to think about this. What's more expensive, the luxury variant or the medical variant?
Yeah, and
Because of the components.
and my initial thought is the luxury would have been the luxury variant. But I was thinking, well, the variant of it is in more demand and more use and
Exactly.
the higher demand, and
Yep.
so hence why in my pricing I've
Yep.
got the medical
If
one
I
as
were
the
if I was a marketing person, that's exactly how I would think as well. So, and then because it's luxury, I'm now going to links at 60, medical at 70. I'm literally putting the
Yeah.
price up because of what it is. A vehicle that can do medical, that's a niche. So we'll
Yeah.
see what happens.
Especially depending on the medical bed. Like if it's a medical one bed, if it's a tier
Mm.
1 bed, then that makes it a perfect vehicle for the Carrack as well, because the Carrack can take an Ursa.
Yep.
So you
100%.
take your little fighter ship plus and then you get your sensor T8X with your Carrack, plus your medical.
Yeah.
Ambulance with your Carrack.
So Kidding Man saying more than the C8R, but there's going to be places where the prices just can't go that a Lynx medical can. That is going to be a thing. Like put it this way, how are you going to get I'm sure there will be ones that you can, but how are you going to get places into a bunker? You're 24 stories down in a bunker. No chance in hell you're getting a C8R down there.
Yep. Or even a planet where there's electronic storms that you can't get through, or there's a sandstorm that you can't fly through.
And that's what it is with games, isn't it? They make scenarios, so you have to use different things.
Yep.
You know,
and so
low tech, high tech, all that type of thing. You know, we've given several examples today of why they would make. What was the other one we gave? The shields that need a special module in them. You know, things like that. So yeah. All right.
And we know they've talked about having those little attachments into all components, so you can actually enhance or change how they work. So, and the last question was kill refs, by the way.
Yeah.
So how much of a testing?
You just dropped out, didn't you? Algared, your voice has just dropped. I don't know why. I could see you talking, but I can't hear. You might have to.
Methodology is
you're back.
Engineering as a side project.
You're back. You're
yep.
back.
So Kilref's question.
Yep.
Kilref's question: how much of a testing methodology is social engineering as a side project?
That might have gone over my head. I don't understand.
Yeah. So yeah. So when they're testing, how much are they just looking at social engineering, what people do, and everything else?
Right.
Yeah.
It depends on the gameplay element.
And it depends on what they're looking at, and if there's an evil bastard behind it. So,
like me, when I deliberately put the Not-A-Tuna under the square window because I knew no one would pick the first window. Because statistically, people don't pick the first window when there are multiple choices because they feel it's like being handed to them, so they don't pick it. Anyway,
multiple choices for students in exams.
Yeah, as soon as you give people multiple choice, they generally don't pick the first question statistically. So I was like, yeah, I'll make it the first one. So next week, I will not have to make it the first one because now everyone knows that I might make it the first one. So yeah.
I was mixing it up this week. Ha ha.
Rigged. All right. With that, then I want some damn food, Algared. We've been up since 5:30. It is now almost 10:30. So Algared and I have been up for 5 hours and have not eaten. Well, I haven't eaten. I've had a cup of tea. That's all I've had. All right. With that, we will be doing a show this week. As usual, we don't know what it is yet. But you can look forward to that on Monday US time on the up over and Tuesday on the down under if you are looking forward to that. If you like what we do, don't forget to leave a like on this video. Subscribe if you want to do that, and ring the notification bell. Thank you for all the bits, bobs, super chats, subscriptions, Prime subscriptions, tips, bits and bobs. I've forgotten the name of them now. So many different ones, Algared. If you want to go the extra mile on Patreon, feel free to do so as well. They give you some little perks as well. So not only do you get emojis and stuff like that as well, but you also get Discord benefits as well. So like there's a person right now listening to us live on Discord. So that's another way that you don't have a delay.
And it does mean they can put things in supporters chat, which we may actually see and respond to, but sometimes we don't.
Yep. But there is a channel there just for supporters as well. So yeah.
Yep. And Sangroper says it's time to send Twitch to the pub.
Oh, it's Paul streaming. Okay, cool. Makes it easy. I don't even have to go look this week. Raid the Astro pub. Right. Remember to threaten him. Don't actually send them, but threaten him with feet pics, or ask how many feet pics he got last week. And if he doesn't give you an answer, say, tell me, or I'll send you a feet pic. And then you'll get a response. All right.
And also always hassling about the Redeemer being his favorite.
Yeah, chuck something in there. Chuck a combo. Like, when can we expect to see Redeemer slippers on your merch store? You know, that would be... Can you imagine, like, Redeemer slippers and, like, what's that the Greek god that had the little instead of that though, it's like Redeemer engines on either side. Oh, that'd be good. All right. Yes, I am too mean, but I do it all in banter. That is how we do it here in Australia. That is just the way it's done. If we're not giving you shit, then you know we don't like you. So that's how it works here.
When we're perfectly polite and nice and kind to you, we hate you.
Yep.
When we're giving you curry and get stirring the pot, you can generally know. Yeah, Cupid's one. He's got little wings. The messenger of the gods, Apollo. I think Apollo. The messenger of the gods. He had them as well.
All right.
So yeah.
Everyone on Twitch, say goodbye. Twitch, see you YouTube. See you next week. All right, YouTube people.
YouTube.
We'll see you as well.
Thank you for joining us.
And join us, and we will see you next week. He's been Algared.
Yep. He's been Execute, and we're out of here.
Catch you in the next one.